honorable members of Scopa, representative from AGSA, representative from the provincial treasury, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Katu, and the legislature staff and the staff for political parties, and also greet the viewers who are connected through different media platforms. Good afternoon and welcome to this important meeting where today we have the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, who are appearing to account on the audit outcomes of the 2024-2025 financial year. As Scopa, just to remind members and colleagues and viewers that Scopa is mandated by the Constitution, Section 114, 1B, where it mandates the province, the legislature, to establish mechanisms for oversight, and Scopa as one of the oversight agencies. It is mandated to hold the executive account on how the monies of the public funds are spent. It's very critical that we check if the monies allocated during the budget at the beginning of the financial year are correctly spent. And the department is here to ensure that indeed they will account for each and every cent, so that the sales delivery also is considered when they are accounting. Are the services that are rendered to our people? So that is also part which is very important, because the main aim is to ensure that our people get services. And we know, MSC, that you might be experiencing a very serious challenge, especially as a department. We have received rain, and what was supposed to be a blessing in other parts of the province turn out to be disasters. And your infrastructure that we've been working very hard to ensure that the people get roads, get service delivery, have been destroyed by the floods. And you are going to start all over again. So it means you have to double your efforts to continue with the planned projects and also repair those which have been affected by the floods. So it needs planning, it needs resources, and we know that this has been declared by the national government as the disaster, and we hope that there will be assistance in terms of the funds to ensure that those roads are fixed and our people are able to ride on very safe roads. So without wasting a lot of time, we just want to apologize to our viewers, to our colleagues, that we started a little bit late because of the briefings that overlapped, that took a longer time than anticipated. We want to apologize, and we believe that we are going to do justice to the process, and even the department is going to do justice in terms of explaining the progress of different issues that are being raised by the AG, and how they will implement measures that will enable them to go to the qualified, to go to the green audit. We are really appreciating the improvement policy that we have moved from the qualified, which we have been there for two financial years, and we were able to get a qualified audit opinion. But we know that our main aim is to make the field audit. We believe that you are on the right track, that goal is achievable, and AGSA was presenting, it was painting a very positive picture that this department has been improving, and that is why we were able to obtain a qualified audit opinion. And we believe that if we can continue to implement those measures that we have indicated, we will be able to get a complete audit. So we believe that it's possible, we believe that it's doable, only if we can check what the ADSA has raised, only if we can tighten your internal controls, and everybody within your team do what is supposed to be done. The issue of compliance is very critical. The issue of consequence management is very critical, because those are some of the issues that the AGS is raising. Those are some of the issues that may deter you from meeting the field, but those measures are doable. They are just compliance measures. If you comply, we'll be able to reach that particular goal of field audit. Like I've indicated, we're going to concentrate on the 4-5 financial year. And before we even go further, we just want to confirm the MEC. That is the file that we have received, signed by the HOD and the MEC. On behalf of the team, can the HOD and the MEC indicates if indeed is the right file that we received, and he is aware of the contents of the file.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members present here, colleagues from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and that of Legislature, and our viewers at home. Let me indicate, Chair, that yes, it's true that the files that we have submitted to your office are the true reflection, and just to confirm that they are the files that have been signed both by myself and the accounting officer, which is the HOD. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. And another important point to note is that we have item number 3, which is introductions. We are going to introduce ourselves, but throughout the session, as and when we speak, we are going to request members and even the department to introduce themselves every time they speak. If you are going to speak 10 times, it means that you are going to introduce yourself 10 times for purpose of record and for purpose of the viewers who are connected on media platform. They must not guess who is speaking. So I hope that you will always remember to introduce yourself. The other point is that when you come to item number 4, we are going to ask members of this committee to ask questions, and the department will respond. And then where there are follow-up questions, we will also give members again an opportunity to make their questions, to ask questions until we are satisfied that the question is sufficiently answered. So those are some of the points that I wanted us to note. But without any waste of time, can we go to item number 3, which is introductions. We're going to start with the members of the Public Accounts Committee, which is Scopa, starting with myself. My name is Mr. Muguli, the chairperson of Scopa. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable MEC and your team. I'm Jacques Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning to all that from you. I'm a chairperson member of this committee. Tabela, Nagana Tabuma Bocha, ke nna o mongwe wa maleloko a standing committee se Scopa. Ke a leboha.
Good day, MEC and your entourage. My name is Nepomboloni, TC, member of Scopa.
Good afternoon, MEC and your entourage. My name is Nechipepe Kazuchero, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee Public Works Coordinator.
Good morning. Okay, good day.
Yes.
Morning. Good day, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and the team, Public Works, my colleagues. My name is Makodi Caroline Mantatamase. I'm the member of the committee. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair and everyone. I'm Faith Robella, member of this committee.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The next is the Scopa.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Joshua Research.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Martin Joshua Research.
Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. I am Chantal Weber, Committee Coordinator of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Paul Moore, from Communication Services in the Legislature.
Good afternoon. My name is Melanie Samora Bershati.
Good afternoon. My name is Shubhama Tebola.
Afternoon, Maura Neshidzibe Communication Services.
Good afternoon, Kathy Mamabolo, Legal Services.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samson Mamabolo. I'm a manager in the NCPET caucus.
Afternoon, Chair. My name is Mabada Tingashai, support staff, represent UAT.
Yes, thank you very much, staff. The next item is the introduction of the Auditor General representative.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita. I'm from the Auditor General.
Good afternoon. My name is Mata Soto, Provincial Treasury Legislator Oversight Subunit.
Thank you very much, MSc and your team.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members present here, colleagues from RAL and Legislature. My name is Ernest Swataulo Rachwen Pagana Hlabi. I'm the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo province. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members, honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD CEO RAL. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabani, the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members. My name is Elijah Shawala, Acting Chief Director, responsible for Health Infrastructure Management.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD, CEO, and colleagues. My name is Donald Rankwe. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Education Infrastructure Management.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable all honorables, our HOD and CEO, all colleagues. My name is Nidile Mashirali, the Chief Director for Roads and Acting Chief for Property. Thank you.
My sincere greetings to you, Chair, honorable members, and my MEC. My name is Muhada Machuli. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Provincial Department of Infrastructure Management.
Good afternoon, I'm Susan Mathas, Chief Director, Corporate Services, Public Works, Audit and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable MEC, protocol observed. My name is Pat Twala, Chief Director, Administrative Coordination, Public Works, Audit and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Kenan Arajitari, acting Chief Officer.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Jonas Bilakulu, Director Legal Services, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, and colleagues. My name is Maki Chachisan, Chief Executive Officer for the Agency Report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC. My name is Emmanuel Mombo, the Media License Officer, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Afternoon, Chairperson, MEC colleagues, I'm Ms. Kato Shinobu, Acting Chief Director.
Good afternoon, Chair, and honorable members. I'm Noel Mudau, Finance Director.
Chairman Atombe, United Witness, the Director in the Office of the MEC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, and protocol observed. My name is Kenny Audit. I'm the Executive Manager responsible for M&E and around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD, colleagues. My name is Toboso Malobi, Director Editorial.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the introduction. And we are happy that 99% of the staff are appointed. I noted only 18 directors, and it is really promising that almost all your engagements are appointed. Whenever I have a lot of appointed.
Actually, through you, others who are acting is because the chief directors, some are on sick leave, some are except the property one.
Appreciate that commitment that we made in the past, and hearing that we want to see all vacant positions filled. That's really good progress. On 3.6 is the apologies. From our side, we have the apology from Honorable Scopa. Honorable Mapongo is still out to go and take care of some other issues. We'll be coming back. And we also have an apology from provincial treasurer, Nate Lisa, will be joining us late. So these are the only three apologies that we will present. And from your side, MEC, are you in a complaint or is there any apology that we have? Everybody is supposed to be here is here, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much for the introductions. And remember, when you are going to engage with the reports and asking questions, you must make sure that we introduce ourselves. We must not forget that. So without any waste of time, we're going to item number 4, whereby honorable members are going to read out questions, and then we'll be able to respond, and if there are follow-up questions, then they will be given a chance to ask questions. And we are appealing to members that as and when you are going to ask questions, let's go straight to the questions. If you are going to replace it, let's do it in a summary form. I don't want to restrict the time, but let's be conscious that we don't have to make a presentation, because that presentation will be done by the department. So we believe that we know how we need to proceed, and we use that we will proceed in that particular manner as directed. But before we ask questions, we just want to indicate, like I indicated in the remarks, MEC, that the report that we got from the AGSA is making us to be hopeful that if we work very hard, we can be able to move to the clean audit. Even in 2026, 2025, 2026, we can be able to do that. But only if you consider these findings that they are raising. And it is promising because out of the 113 findings that we do, we are able to reduce them to 45 findings, which is a very reasonable and appreciated progress. Because it is this issue and findings that will influence or will contribute to the audit outcome. So for the fact that you have been reducing them by more than 60%, is promising that if you sit down and deal with them, you'll be able to eventually get the audit. And we're encouraging you, working with the provincial treasury and the AGSA as well. Please work together as a team to ensure that you deal with those findings, you deal with the repeat findings, because as much as you have reduced, but there are many repeat findings that are there, that are still appearing in your books. So if you deal with those findings, you'll be able to move towards. But the other thing is that I'm sure you are aware that the AGSA, when auditing, is sampling the products. In this case, I think it's something problem 2 and 2.4, if I'm not mistaken. So, but the weakness of the department is that when you go and assess the outcomes, you only concentrate on those 2 items. You don't learn or take mistakes that the AGSA has raised in these programs to check even other programs and if you are compliant, so that if the next financial year the AGS has to choose another program, you must not find the same findings that you raised in the program that he or she raised in the previous financial year. So you must do or must deal with the audit report holistically, regardless of whether the AGSA has sampled that program or what. Of course, you will deal with those you raised in the sample program, but you will visit those who has not sampled to see if you don't have the very same issues that he raised. And then that is a way that you can move towards a good audit. So I just wanted to mention that because it shows a very, very, very significant progress in terms of reducing your outcomes. But 41 repeat findings still too much. You must make sure that you deal with that particular thing. And in the main, you have a lot of findings in supply chain management. It means non-compliance is still a challenge. And if you don't comply, there's no clean audit. Because the clean audit is only about complying and even taking appropriate actions to condone, to remove, to write off, and all those things. Those steps are very clear, and you can just follow them. And then you will ensure that I think we will be able to go to where we want to. The other issue is financial accounting, 12 findings as well. It's too much. They are inbred in the in the report. Strategic operation, you still have 10, so it's too much. So when you prepare, you must work on those things. And I must also appreciate, because I can see that you also have meetings that you are trying to deal with these findings. So in your approach, look at the repeat findings, the common findings that are raised, and also ensure that they are dealt with in preparation of the next financial statements to be submitted by the board. So without any waste of time, we are going to allow members to read questions on question number 2, and then we proceed just like this. So I am going to request members to volunteer, or should I just choose? Let me start with Honorable Mathori Caroline Matijama Hassel to read the questions as indicated on the report.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you again. I'm going to deal with question number 2, which is about improvement in the audit outcomes. Question 1.2a, what strategies did the accounting officer put in place to improve its audit outcomes? That's the only question. Or B, it says, what is the department's detailed plan with timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? That's my submission.
I think these are the 2 questions. MC?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Over to you, Chair.
My name is Mutlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On question 2, on the strategies introduced by the accounting officer, the response: to improve the department's audit outcome, the accounting officer has put in place the following key strategies for improved audit outcomes. Number 1, strengthened governance and oversight. That is, reinforce the role of senior management, the audit committee, the internal audit to ensure regular monitoring of audit findings and implementation of corrective actions. This was done through the implementation and monitoring of the clean audit strategy and the AGSA action plan during the 2024-2025 financial year. And we have attached Annexure 2, Honorable Chair, that is the approved clean audit strategy for 2024-25 financial year, and also Annexure 3, the approved 2024-25 Auditor General's South Africa Action Plan and the progress report. Therefore, in support of that. Number 2 is the implementation of audit action plans. We've developed and monitored detailed action plans to address findings raised by the Auditor General with clear responsibilities and time frames there. And we have attached Annexure 3, the same one that we have referred to, that is the approved 2024-25 AGSA Action Plan and Progress Report. Number 3 is improved financial controls, tightened controls over the financial reporting, record keeping, supply chain management and asset management in order to reduce errors and non-compliance. Number 4, consequence management. We have introduced measures to enforce accountability, including addressing repeated findings and taking corrective action wherein officials failed to comply with policies and legislation. Number 5, capacity building, providing training and support to finance and supply chain management officials to improve understanding of legislation, policies, and proper record management. Number 6, regular engagements with AGSA. We held ongoing or were having ongoing engagements with the Auditor General through the Audit Steering Committee meetings to clarify audit requirements, track commitments, and resolve issues early in the cycle. Improved monitoring and reporting, instituted frequent management reviews through executive management meetings for progress reporting on key risk areas and audit commitments. And on that also, the department further held weekly meetings to deal with the accrued departmental revenue challenges as part of the implementation of the investigation on accrued departmental revenue, and we have attached Annexure 4 in support. That is the minutes and resolution registered for accrued departmental revenue meeting. Continuing with the question B, on the detailed plan as it was raised, the response, the department has developed a 2025-26 clean audit strategy and a 2024-25 AGSA action plan to improve further on the audit outcomes. We again then have Annexure 5, 2025-26. 2025-26 approved clean audit strategy, and again that Annexure 3 of 2024 AGSA action plan. And the approved clean audit strategy is a comprehensive improvement plan aimed at addressing all matters of emphasis raised by the Auditor General, with clear actions, responsibilities, and timelines aligned to the upcoming financial year, which include the following. Number 1, the financial statement preparation and quality review, and the action there: develop financial statements in line with modified cash standards and GRAP requirements, and implement a phased internal review process involving financial management, internal audit, and the audit committee. In terms of the timelines, for Q1 is April to June, preparation of interim financial statements and early identification of high-risk areas. Q2, July to September, independent quality review and correction of identified errors. And Q3, October to December, finalization of draft annual financial statements. And Q4, which is January to March, submission of high-quality financial statements for audit. Number 2 is the supply chain management compliance, and the action there will strengthen compliance with SCM legislation and prescripts, enforce the use of standardized checklist and segregation of duties, and also address irregular expenditure through investigation and condonation process where applicable. And the timelines in terms of the quarters: during the first quarter, review and update SCM policies and delegations. Q2, training of SCM officials and program managers. Q3, monitoring of supply chain management transactions and corrective action on deviations. And Q4, final review to ensure full compliance before year end. And number 3 is on asset management action: conduct a full verification of movable and immovable assets, and to reconcile asset registers with financial records, and also to ensure proper supporting documentation for all assets. And the timelines again, in terms of the quarters, Quarter 1, we do physical verification and the update of asset register. Quarter 2, reconciliation and corrective of discrepancies. Quarter 3, independent review by internal audit, and quarter 4, final confirmation of completeness and accuracy. On performance information, in line with our predetermined objectives, the action is that we align annual performance plans, the APP indicators, with the SMART principles, improve systems for collection, verification, and storage performance evidence. And the timelines there in terms of the quarters. The first quarter we review and do refinement of indicators and targets. Quarter 2, training of program managers and evidence management. Quarter 3, quarterly verification and correction and corrective action. And quarter 4 is final validation of reported performance information. On consequence management, action number 5, we investigate repeated findings, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we also implement disciplinary processes where negligence or non-compliance are identified. Timelines from quarter 1 to 2 during that period is the completion of investigations and the initiation of disciplinary processes. On quarter 3, finalization of disciplinary action and recovery processes, and quarter 4 to report on outcomes to oversight structures in this regard. Number 6 is monitoring, or plan number 6 is monitoring, oversight and assurance, and the actions there, weekly monitoring of audit action plans by senior management, and quarterly reporting to the audit committee and also to the executive authority, continuous engagement with AGSA to track progress on commitments, and this one is ongoing throughout the financial year with formal quarterly reviews. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable HOD, and over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Just want to say that there are questions from the members. Honorable Sumam,
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. In your introductory remarks, you made comment towards the 45 findings that they were reduced to. But it's the 45 findings that are quite of a serious nature. One that deals with contract management. One deals with the illegal occupation of property and the loss of possible 165 million rand, if I was correct. 144 million rand, my apologies. It also deals with revenue, the collection of revenue, your billing process, your fleet management, and your HR management processes, just to name a few. I just wanted to highlight some of the key issues that may bleed the department dry. And one of the issues that reflects on your turnaround strategy is your conclusion remarks after your revised action plan, and the comments in each of the 45. And I want to say in each of the 45 reads as follows. The revised root cause and mitigation measures are now adequate to address the finding. Assessment of the progress will be done on the 3rd of October. And my question to you then directly, through you, MEC, to the HOD, if I would take these 45 findings that are remaining, are those not going to appear on the next round? Because if my reading is correct, the revised root cause and mitigation measures are now adequate to address the findings. Stop there. It means that if I look at these 45, you've identified them, you've resolved them adequately so, and that they're not going to appear going forward. I'm just trying to understand the reading in the columns, because it's all working towards a clean audit, MEC. That is just what I'm trying to say, trying to understand, to try to keep it short, Honourable Chair, without going into each and every one. I don't want to go into one by one. Broad, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mawotja. I'm a member of Scopa. Chair, I think we should commend the department in terms of their audit performance as per the briefing from the AG. Indeed, the fish is swimming. However, there remain some grey areas that the department really needs to pay serious attention to. And I'm going to speak making reference to Annexure 3 from their bundle and reading it together with their asset management. And I'll also touch on their consequence management, but I'll come to consequence management at a later stage, because I saw it somewhere where you are dealing with it on a broader scale. But I must make this point, Chair, that one, it seems like there is a lack of appetite of ensuring that there's compliance with consequence management. The department is not really taking serious action against transgressors in various capacities. But we'll come back to that. Now, Chair, when you look at the asset management of the department, when you read the report, you would think that all is rosy in the department. But when you go to their annexure, you can see that there are serious problems. And we don't know to what scale have they brought them to the attention of the committee as per this annexure. Because there are various buildings, I will not mention them all and finish them, there are a lot. There are various buildings that are on the asset of the department. However, the department doesn't have control over those assets. And it's not a new matter, Chair. It's a matter that has always been in the department's attention. But when it comes to action, the department is quite relaxed. It's quite comfortable. You will just be, when you read the corrective actions and stuff, you can see that this is not what we expect at this level. I mean, Chair, I can give you one example, actually 2, 3. There's one Mapok case whereby the officials, the department is telling us that they are unable to conduct to conduct the illegal invasion list because the gates at Mapok, which is their property, were locked by illegal occupants, and then it ends there. I mean, Chair, we are supposed to be given a bridge. There is another one, Chair, whereby we are told that when they try to address the issue of illegal invasion, that their legal services is not up to standard.
when you look in this, they are saying the legal unit is not capacitated to deal sufficiently with illegal occupation. It's some sort of an admission on their part. Or look, we don't have capacity, and as a result of us not having capacity, it means that, Chair, even next year, we are running a risk of them coming back to us, telling us, sorry, we are unable to deal with this issue of illegal occupation because of the very same reasons that we have advanced to you. So, Chair, which is a concern to me. It's a serious concern to me because we can't have a situation whereby government property is in the hands of hijackers and there's nothing that we are able to do. Lastly, Chair, I think maybe Leona will deal with it at a later stage, but the issue in the problem, Leona, Chair, it's these assets that are from departments. For example, you have a school. The school is no longer utilized. The report you get from education is that this particular property, we have handed it back over to Public Works. Now, when you look at the state of that particular property, you can see that now this thing has been reduced to a church by one foreign pastor. It's a church. And then the second thing, it's also utilized by these ones who want to smoke nyaupe. They've vandalized the property. Public Works is nowhere to be seen. Education is nowhere to be seen. So, Chair, I'm humbly pleading with the department that their IGR processes with these departments, they need to be up to standard. We can't afford a situation whereby we are going to be told in the future that no, there's a need to go and fix that particular asset because it has been vandalized. This department transferred it, but they didn't tell us. So I think I will pause here, Chair.
Thank you.
Maybe it's possible, depending on how that answers. Maybe.
Yeah, you will get that chance. But I just want to check with the department on the improvement of the audit outcomes, figure 4, on the issue of conflict management. Indeed, throughout your report, there's nowhere where you are decisive in terms of taking action. And in most cases, you just said no official responsible for this issue, or we have written a letter, so we don't see where you are taking decisive action. So the issue of consequence management is very good in the department. Like you are indicating here, that you are introducing measures to enforce accountability. Where are those measures? Because it's very critical to say measures and you name them. They are also going to assist you. And if the whole workforce is aware of those measures, then they will be able to know if we do this, this will happen. If we do this. But if we are just saying measures, so it becomes very, very, very big. So I think it is very critical that as one taking about measures and also taking corrective actions. What are those corrective actions? They must be very clear, and that they must be known to every member. The other issue on number 5 is the issue of capacity building. When we talk about capacity building of the and to support the finance and supply chain management, I hope you have identified the challenges that we have within that particular sector. And it was going to be very helpful if you were going to say, we trained them and capacitated them on this aspect, that you have realized that indeed they are impeding compliance within that particular department. Like I've indicated, non-compliance in the department is a concern. So you can't just be general when you want to address certain issues. You must target and maybe do those training in phases. first you have to address the major challenges, and then we go to those which are address areas. But I just wanted to, I checked that we have indicated on the financial statement preparation that you have to reduce, preparation of the interim financial statement and any identification of high-risk areas. But my question is that how often are the accounting records reviewed? How often do you review them? And then based on this interim report, obviously there are concerns that are raised during the review. How do you address them? And maybe again, the external audit findings also raise issues. Are you also addressing them, and how are you addressing them? These are really critical issues so that your financial statements remain clean and free from any statement. The other issue is when you prepare your financial statements, when do you start? Because we know that we know that there is a due date of the 1st of May, but when do you start? And when is the first draft submitted to the CFO? These are some of the questions that I believe that if you are correctly going to answer or going to deal with such issues that I'm raising, will assist you to submit a quality financial statement. And you are also indicating with the supply chain management compliance that will enforce the use of standardized checklists. That's the same as the issue that we raised on measures. Where is that checklist? Because that checklist, if it is there and known to everybody and be followed, it can assist. So I think others, they've raised such critical questions that indeed, if we want to win and if we want to improve, we have to take a cognizance of these issues that we've raised and come up with a mechanism and very practical mechanisms to address them. Because we believe that you were not answering us with these responses. You were also addressing yourselves to say we are going to do this. And if it is just on paper and no follow-up or no monitoring is done, so it will remain on paper. And you find that the next financial year when you come to account, you are going to give us a contrary statement or a contrary measure that you place. Because these things should be continuous. And they must follow each other. So that when you have done this year, if we come up with another strategy, we say, no, that one failed, we are reinforcing it. We are building from what we told you yesterday, not to hear another a new story. Because it means that your planning is not in accordance with the SMART principle. So you now remember what you told us yesterday. So we're expecting that some of the responses will be based on what you said last year, but in some cases they're just different. So these are some of the questions that I wanted. How do you raise issues that are how do you address issues that are raised by your interim preparation in terms of interim monitoring and also other external audits which are raising certain concerns? How are you doing that? Yeah, I think.
No, thanks very much. My name is Rachweni Svatao Ernest, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to then start with our Director for Legal to then respond to the issues that talk to legal. And then from there, we'll also, through you, Chair, allow the CFO to come in, especially on the issues of financial statements and how we are responding to the 45 findings. Then the HOD will then come after the CFO through you, Chair. Then I will then close and bring the baton back to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. My name is Jonas Bilankula. I'm a director responsible for legal services. In responding, I wish to agree with the member that it might seem as if we are not serious, we are not doing enough. In terms of capacity, the department has appointed another person to assist. So we've got 2 legal advisors currently. But in terms of the pace in which we are dealing with illegal evictions, members will recall that the evictions can only be done by way of a court order. We are working through the Office of the State Attorney. So ours would be to submit or instructions to the State Attorney, showing them that we've got so much properties that has been illegally invaded. And then they have to start with the processes to deal with that. Now, most of the time, we get frustrated because of the slowness in the Office of the State Attorney. But we have come up with some issues to try on a weekly basis to deal with the illegal evictions. Since all these are happening in district levels, we have made committees wherein every week on Monday, the district offices that deals with legal evictions will have to report on what they are doing. We have come out with a SOP that show what they have to do, because we have noticed that a list will come with about 50 invaded properties to legal services to say deal with them, but they don't show what they have done themselves in the district level. So that SOP tells the what must be done step by step by them, from identifying whether the invasions have to go through the police reporting the issues, or it have to go through the court for evictions. So we are trying to do that, and on a weekly basis we meet with all the district people to try and deal with this. So something is happening, although we have a difficulty in terms of the court processes that have to be taken on by the Office of the State Attorney. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the Chief Financial Officer. I will respond on the progress that we have made in resolving some of the 2024-25 Auditor General's findings of the 45 Honorable Smali. As at the end of December 2025, we were able to resolve 84%, which is 38 out of the 45. And in terms of our own target, and as expected by Provincial Treasury, we were supposed to be at 100%. However, there were those findings that we could not finalize them by the end of December 2025. And as the HOD indicated, we do hold what we call internal audit steering committee meetings every Thursday. And even this morning, we had that meeting from 7:30 to 9 o'clock to make sure that the outstanding 7 matters on the AGSA for 2024-25 financial year are resolved. And yes, I acknowledge that some of the findings that we had in 2024-25 financial year were repeat findings, especially around matters of supply chain management. And Chair, we want to indicate that as a department during the 2025-26 financial year, or starting from December 2024, there were about 8 appointments that were made, not even 8, I think 9. We appointed the director supply chain effective from the 1st of December 2024. We appointed 3 deputy directors as well as 5 assistant directors. And from the assistant directors that we have appointed, we also appointed those that will be dealing with compliance issues around demand management, around acquisition, as well as around contract management, so that the enforcement of the checklist that I was referring to, they must make sure that before the CFO or the accounting officer takes a decision on a bid or a quotation, that those compliance issues would have been dealt with. Our internal control and compliance unit also support us by making sure that for all the advertised bids, before the HOD appends his signature to take a decision on that bid, they then advise the accounting officer accordingly. So we want to believe that because we went through a thorough process of determining the root causes of our findings, supported by transversal units in the province, before it was approved by the accounting officer in terms of the action plan. We believe that with the implementation of those mitigations, we will not have repeat findings. If we're going to be having findings, it will be on new areas, and not on the ones that were raised with us by AGSA in the last cycle. Honorable Chairperson indicated that in as far as our issues around capacity building, what kind of training did we provide to our supply chain officials as well as the colleagues in finance that are assisting us on the preparation of the financial statements. As I talked to you, Chairperson, today, the preparers of our annual financial statements are attending a workshop that is conducted by Provincial Treasury on matters around the compliance or the changes in the modified cash standards in preparing them for preparing the final annual financial statements. But throughout the year, Chair, when we submit or prepare our interim financial statements, before we even start the process, we submit what we call a management plan to the accounting officer for approval. And in the management plan, it will indicate exactly what needs to happen by this particular time and who must submit that information to the preparers of these annual financial statements. And if our colleagues are not compliant to those deadlines, then we escalate the matter to the accounting officer. Why we're doing that? We're doing that so that the CFO and internal control can also have adequate time to review the interim financial statements before we submit them to internal audit for auditing and to transversal in provincial treasury. So those are the measures that we implementing, Chair, to improve on the quality of our annual financial statements when we submit them at the end of May this year. The timelines, Chair, we also receive a program from Provincial Treasury as well as CS. For the 2024-25 financial year, which is the last financial year that we came for and we're accounting for, we're expected to submit the draft financial statements to internal audit by the 6th of May. And I also want to indicate that for year end, the basic accounting system, which is BAS, it doesn't close the first week of April for March because it's year end. So normally the dates are then, the latest will be the 3rd week of April. But for the information that does not require us to utilize the basic accounting system, the management plan will then indicate that the program managers must submit this information to us by the 20th of April to enable us to also make sure that by the due date that CS requires these drafts, we are also able to comply with those timelines. Because the first week of May, then we are expected to submit the draft to internal audit so that they can audit that. And if there is a need for us to then effect changes, we'll have the 2 weeks or so to then effect those changes before we submit by the 31st of May each year. So with that, those interventions, Chair, we believe this is assisting us. Also, we keep a database of all these findings from CS as well as AGSA on the financial statements themselves. And when we then draft or submit the interim financial statements, we go back to the findings of prior year and just make sure that for those notes that matters were raised with us, we then are able to check that no, in the current set, we have dealt with those issues that internal audit or AGSA would have raised with ourselves. So that's how we're planning. We use the database to make sure that we don't make the same errors that we did in the prior submissions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for the Department of Public Works. I just want to touch on section 42, transfers. That is the properties that are transferred by departments to the Department of Public Works. To say that as the province on section 42, given the requirements and the processes that we are supposed to follow there, we are not really doing that well. And we're even taking this matter to the governance and administration cluster so that we can then also be assisted by the heads of departments. One important element is that, Honorable Chair, before a property can be transferred to us, it must not be occupied. That means there must not be any occupants in the building. And most of them that are transferred to the Department of Public Works, you will find those cases already, people being in those buildings. But what we're discussing currently between myself and the team is that we have to work with departments directly, because some of those properties are in good use, like the schools in the main, but some you will find that you then have illegal occupants, because there are communities, Honorable Chair, that are approaching us as the Department of Public Works and also the Department of Education to use those buildings either on issues around social development or opening private schools on their own, so that they then look after those properties on our behalf. But those discussions are going on. But as I was saying, on section 42, there are requirements that are supposed to be met before a property can be transferred to the Department of Public Works, either by education or by the Department of Health or any other department in the province. Thanks. Yeah, consequence management. Apology, let me then just quickly talk to the consequence management. What in the department currently, we're dealing with most of the cases are historical. There's a backlog there. But what we are doing currently, maybe we did not expand in our response, that we are putting in corrective steps whereby there's been a transgression. It's my responsibility as the accounting officer, because if then I don't take those corrective steps or then follow up on those cases, then the Honorable MEC will have then to do the same. And that is the culture that we are instilling in the Department of Public Works. Where then we have these cases, we follow up with colleagues. We even check where there is irregular expenditure. What is the total financial loss in that regard? And we do indeed follow up. We may not be doing that well, as maybe has been picked up in our report, but there are corrective steps that we are putting in. Our colleagues in the department, being either labor relations or risk management, once we have gone through the determination assessment, that then warrants that this specific transgression has to be followed up, we follow up on that, Honorable Chairperson, as at my level as the accounting officer. Thanks.
My name is Sebataulo Ernest Rachweni, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Just to add, Chair and colleagues, on what the HOD and the team have just said here, I want to first appreciate all the questions that have been raised up to so far. On the issue of properties, Chair, this is a very thorny issue which affects all of us across the country as the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in general. So that's a very thorny issue that obviously needs our immediate attention, but like I said, it's a legacy issue that will continue to punch on it. And as previously alluded to, Chair and colleagues, we have launched an operation Wisa Tundu Yamuguso to deal with this particular matter. But the challenge here, Chair and colleagues, that we must all accept is that we also depend on other state agencies to deal with some of these issues. However, I want to say that we are also making serious strides in that respect, Chair. The matter of properties is also one of the complex matter where we have to get joy because we are depending much on the Department of Justice, SAPS and other stakeholders. So the recent positive court outcomes, Chair and colleagues, that we have made in Guyana is as a result of these joint efforts that I'm talking about here. We have made strides there in Guyana. All of us, we know that we have managed to win one of the cases there. On the internal capacity, Chair and honorable members, we are equally making serious strides there. We are moving with speed in filling all the vacant positions, and we are on track. If you remember in the first session that we had, we said that we've put a target on ourselves as a department that in this space of 5 years, we want to fill about 2,000 posts where we have committed that we want to permanently employ 2,000 people. And I think we're doing very well because in a space of a year and some couple of months, we have added 590 personnel, which we have hired permanently to strengthen our internal capacity. And also we're pushing that we appoint the rest as the procurement plan. So the 9 that the HOD, the CFO have just alluded to here, were appointed specifically to deal with the SCM management, to strengthen that SCM directorate. So I think that some of the issues, as and when we go forward, we'll be able to deal with them. But as much as this team might have its own issues, Chair and colleagues, we're pushing very hard to ensure that we render services to our community. That's a fact. Most importantly, we are working also tirelessly to ensure that we continue to improve in terms of our audit outcomes. And it's what we have already alluded to, what the AG have also raised to. So we're going to try by all means to make sure that we improve our audit performance. As the CFO has already alluded to, that we are having those engagements with AG so that we can be able to deal with some of these issues. Thanks very much, and over to you, Chair and colleagues.
Thank you. I can see Honorable Small wants to make a follow-up, but maybe let me indicate, Honorable MEC. Your legal practitioner indicated the challenge that they are facing, and it is not the first issue raised of the state attorney, that there is a slow pace in terms of cases that are supposed to be resolved. And want to indicate in this meeting, and I think it must be on record, that state attorney themselves, not an observation, themselves said, we don't have capacity.
Yeah.
We met them here. We met the Hawks, we met the SIU, we met SAPS. So the state attorney said we don't have capacity, and they don't even have a way out of that. They don't have even a suggestion to get out of those things. So I'm just saying, and I've seen you have indicated many times to say the state attorney this and that, but you must expect delays. And they said so themselves, that we don't have a capacity, there's nothing that we can do, so the status quo will just remain like that. Even with regard to other questions and to other agencies like SIU, they're still having cases, staff public works, which are from 2010, which are not resolved. The Hawks also still have cases that they are not resolved. So, but I think MSC in that regard is also the responsibility of the department to check the progress of these cases so that they are completed. Because some of these things that we are raising, they are historical, but they still want even the department to do. So just check with those people and how far. But as far as the state attorney, sometimes you wait forever until your issue is resolved.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I would ask that some of the information that I put forward is being submitted in order to beef up some of the, this Annexure A of the report that deals with the 84% findings that have been cleared. Because Honourable MEC, as much as I appreciate that you are saying that that there are legacies of difficulties within the department, we must be guided by the PFMA and what the accounting officer must be doing. And if I read 38.1, Roman figure 1, effective, efficient and transparent system of financial and risk management and internal controls must be put in place. And I go to B, and I go to C1, collect all money due to the department, trading entity or constitutional institutions. 2, prevent these unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditures. And D, what we're actually been discussing now, is responsible for management, including the safeguarding and maintenance of assets and for the management of liabilities of the department, trading entity and constitutional institutions. I'll put this on record. When we deal with issue 1 of the 165 so-called invaded properties, to the loss of 144,542,000 rand. And we talk about responsibility. If I read this, which I've said to you, where is any consequence management done against any of the different people, either on district level or at a provincial level, for letting this happen? Secondly, I would ask that as DPBA R003741, which I take it is the 165 assets, that be entered into record, because you, Honourable MEC, you made an indication that the action is being taken and that different spheres of government must assist from a justice point of view. But in that, your mitigation section says legal services to assist the Chief Director in expediting the eviction processes through engaging the Solicitor General to allow the department to appoint private attorneys. So in that you say, which wasn't touched on, now you say private attorneys must be taken up. And I get that because the state law advisors is with backlogs of up to 2,000 behind. I get that recommendation. But then that record of 165 must then have a clear action to say we are on an eviction, we have drawn up papers, we are in a process. And in order for this committee to say that this finding is not going to come in, it must be able to state, in fact, to say that this is how you are dealing with those 165 properties. So I would argue that such a report must be tabled into it. Then, if you would go to issue number 41, now let's go to issue 3, which is your bullet point number 4. 126 million rand owed on billing from officials within government. Doesn't state how many officials, but it says from officials from within. And that you are now busy with the MOU. My question is, if I read the PFMA without repeating what I've just said to you, it means that 126 million rand of outstanding billing to officials have either been entered into a payment agreement or B, action has been taken against that person, further legal action. And thirdly, that if there was from a supervising point of view, some sort of neglect and it hasn't been implemented, then action should have been taken against those officials. So I would argue, Honourable MEC, that if I look at these 45 findings, because they appear there, it means that from a management point of view, someone did not do his or her work. And in each of those 45 findings, someone must have been held accountable from a disciplinary point of view. In all. And I don't know, I don't see action against some of the senior director overseeing some of these departments, because it talks directly to the billing, the management of finance, the revenue in the billing section. And if action hasn't been taken against your officials in that state, then I'm looking at the Honourable MEC why. Because then he's got to look to his left. And I don't want to argue the point, but because all I see, the worst consequence management letter that I see in the 3 files that you've submitted to us is intention to take action. That's the wording. We will get to it later in much, much more detail. So, Honourable MEC, and the AG is here, I would truly hope that these 45 findings are not coming back, and they're not there. The housing, the leases, the billing, the writing off of billing not correctly so, the billing people not collecting money. These are here, so what are you doing? So the condonement is a separate process. And if you're not going to go all the full line of consequence management, Treasury is not going to condone. And I hope that they don't condone. Because people must be held accountable. Chairperson, if I can ask you to, at the end of the day, to ask that a report to be submitted around the 165 properties that are outstanding and the actions by the department, that the 126 million rand owed by officials, that a clear report on that be made to the portfolio committee, and the monies outstanding from a billing point of view to the Department of Public Works, that full analysis report also be made available with the action steps by the department, and maybe also possible consequence management. I think it's brief enough like that. We can deal with it on our followed up meetings by this committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think we need to put one thing very clear with the department. That one, we don't get, the state attorney doesn't report to us. It's the department that has to report to us in terms of the movement of finances. So now, Chair, you'll agree with me that we need to go beyond just stating figures here and also indicating that we have written letters, and then you even write that this one has not responded, a department has not responded, and then you want us to accept such a progress. I mean, you can't say from last year until now you want to report to us that a certain department has not responded to you, and then it ends there, and then you're going to come back again next year and say, no, the very same department, at least 2 have responded, the other ones have not responded, and you want us to clap hands. Chair, I think one thing that people need to understand is that people have to do their job. They are not doing pro bono services, HOD. You must crack the whip. People must do their job. Because, Chair, we are talking about millions and millions of rents here. If you can look at this annexed, it's millions and millions of rents. Now, your legal department has said that there is lack of capacity. And Chair, and they've coupled it with the report that we have received from State Attorney that there's no capacity, or they've got insufficient human personnel. One person is to 2,000 files, so which is almost impractical. I would advise, Chair, that maybe the department should consider in beefing up their legal department, because if the state attorney is failing to come to the party, they can't just fold their arms and say there's nothing we can do. We've submitted these things, we've complied, we've submitted the relevant instructions to state attorney, and then the state attorney is failing us, and then it ends there. We are not going to accept such type of responses. They must go even beyond that. We want to hear, we don't know what you must do, but you must do something that's going to convince this committee that indeed work is being done in terms of recovering these properties of the department. The MEC has got a very good program of the Khere. We want you to bring another program, MEC. It must go beyond being just a slogan. We want to see practical action in the department recovering its own assets. Because people just can't live scot-free in our buildings. And then at a later stage, we are expected to go and do maintenance in those particular buildings. So, Chair, I'm making this plea. We are going to follow it up. I'm going to follow it up next year. Well, out of the 165 that you have mentioned, what is the progress? How far are we? And we expect to see a very detailed report, NEC, that look, this one, MTN, what, in Barking, MTN in Elim Hospital, what. This is how far we are. We've got a court order or we're in the process. We want to see a detailed report in terms of all these buildings next year when they come to report to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let me see. I think there were a couple of questions, but most of them were just comments and analysis. And even that we need reports, detailed reports to indicate how far are you with a particular project. Because I still insist that if you've got a detailed report, it does not only assist for, it will also assist you to track and to track your progress. Because if you don't have your report yourself, or maybe it's not organized in a way that you can be able to analyze it, it becomes very limited. And sometimes if you do it to yourself, you'll keep on postponing. But if you submit to Scopa all the relevant reports, you already have done half of your work. Because when you come to offices, you take this same file, you try to say, this is the progress on the litigation, this is the progress on the asset, whatever. And it will help you even when you like the report for the next year. So unless if you want to say something, okay. So if you are satisfied by the book that you have noted, the request in terms of detailed report, especially in terms of this identification of the state property. Can you say we have dealt with question 2?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it is ordered to 17 minutes to 2. Honorable Matata. I think we should break for lunch. And then we come to at let's reconvene. There's a key here. For Mercedes-Benz. Yes, if you want me to drive it.
I'm sure it's smaller Mercedes-Benz.
No, we can sell it for public works to fix a pothole or two.
And the other thing, we realized that it's no water, but we asked the relevant people to check if they can improvise. They will update us if there's anything that they can do. Then we'll take it from there. For now, let's continue with the next question. The other one that we dealt with before lunch, I think was submitted to their group. And we will continue with the next one. And we request honorable members to lead us to the next one. Honorable member,
thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nepombrone TC. That is question 3 in page 9, irregular expenditure. Executing authority on page 185 of the annual report, the department's report indicates a closing balance on irregular expenditure of 734 million, which was reduced from 883 million in the 2023-24 financial year. Why the accounting officer failed to investigate the irregular expenditure of 734 million in the 2024-25 financial year? Number B, provide the detailed breakdown of the irregular expenditure. Then we go to page 18. Question C, 3C, who are the responsible officials? Then we go to page 26. Number D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? And then number C, what measures did the accounting officer put in? Sorry to say, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Rachweni Ernest Svataul, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Through you, Chair, allow me to then request the CFO to take us through the responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chairperson. My name is Masha Sedim Sharan, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Question 3A. Why did the accounting officer fail to investigate the irregular expenditure of 734 million in the 2024-25 financial year? Our response: the following are the contributory factors for failure by the department to investigate the irregular expenditure of 734 million in the 2024-25 financial year. Systemic non-compliance with the PMFA and SCM regulations, spending occurred outside competitive bidding or proper procurement processes, insufficient internal controls and weak financial management capacity in the department, limiting the ability to undertake thorough investigations. Inadequate consequence management, where implicated officials are not pursued rigorously for disciplinary or recovery action, weakening accountability mechanisms overall. The department hereby reports that it has since performed the determination test for all transactions, and only 11 transactions are awaiting investigations for the irregular expenditure amounting to 69 million from the balance of 734 million as disclosed during the 2024-25 financial year. B, provide the detailed breakdown of the irregular expenditure. We're indicating under Roman figure number 1, a summary breakdown of irregular expenditure incurred as depicted in the table below. We have transactions that have since been condoned by Treasury of 2.5 million, transactions under disciplinary inquiry of 662 million, and transactions under investigation of 69 million. That's how we're indicating the breakdown of the balance that we had during the 2024-25 financial year. And under table Roman figure number 2, we're indicating the actual transactions that were condoned from the 1st of April 2025 to the 31st of December 2025, amounting to the 2.5 million that we indicated in the table above. And under Roman figure number 3 is transactions that are undergoing disciplinary processes to the value of 662 million, and we're indicating all those transactions up until on page 17. Under Roman figure number 4, we're indicating the transactions under investigations to the value of 69 million, and we are accounting for those up until page 18 of our report. Question C, who are the responsible officials? And our response is that the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabane MOC, the Director, Procurement Management, Mr. Mutsope NJ, and the Bid Evaluation and Bid Adjudication Committee members, and their names and related transactions are outlined as per the table below. That is from page 18 of the report. We're indicating all those transactions and the officials that served in the BEC and BACs of those particular transactions, Honorable Chair. It goes up to page 26 of 61. Question D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? The department has performed determination tests for all the transactions to confirm the irregular expenditure, and only 11 are still awaiting investigations. The department has referred the irregular expenditure for possible disciplinary processes amounting to 662 million and awaiting intention letters to proceed with the application for condonations. And Treasury has already condoned transactions amounting to 2.5 million between April and December 2025, and we have attached Annexure 6, which is the Treasury condonation approval of the 2.5 million. The department is currently finalizing the 11 remaining investigations, and they will be concluded before the end of the financial year 2025-2026. Question E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? The accounting officer has put the following preventative measures in place to avoid the recurrence of irregular expenditure in line with the PFMA, Treasury regulations, and SCM prescripts. Number 1, strengthen supply chain management controls. Enforce strict compliance with SCM policies, delegations, and approved thresholds. Ensure all procurement is supported by approved demand acquisition and contract management plans. Prohibit deviations and expansions without proper approval and justification. On number 2, improve oversight and accountability. Clearly define roles and responsibilities of SCM practitioners, end users, supervisors, and bid committees. Introduce consequence management for non-compliance, including delays in approvals and process breakdowns. Hold senior managers accountable for transactions within their areas of responsibility. Number 3, enhance monitoring and early warning systems. Implement real-time compliance checklists and pre-audit reviews before commitments and payments are processed. Track irregular expenditure trends and repeat findings through monthly and quarterly reports. Use internal audit and risk management to identify control weaknesses early. Number 4, capacity building and training. Provide continuous training on SCM legislation, PFMA requirements, and Treasury instructions to all officials involved in procurement. Ensure only properly trained and delegated officials perform SCM functions. Number 5, strengthen contract management. Monitor contract performance, validity periods, and variations to prevent unauthorized extensions of scope changes. Maintain a central contract register with automated alerts for expiry dates. Number 6, enforce consequence management consistently. Apply disciplinary action promptly for non-compliance to deter repeated incidents. Track all consequence management cases to closure and report progress to the audit committee and treasurer. Number 7, improve governance structures. Ensure bid specification, evaluation and adjudication committees are properly constituted and operate independently. Regularly review committee decisions for compliance. Number 8, strengthen record keeping and documentation. Maintain complete and auditable SCM files to support all procurement decisions. Standardize templates and filing systems across the department. Regular policy review and compliance assessment, which is number 9. Review SCM policies annually to align with updated National Treasury instructions. Conduct periodic compliance assessment and management self-assessments. Number 10, fill all vacancies within procurement management at head office. The department has filled the following critical vacant positions at head office procurement management unit from December 2024 to September 2025. The 1 director post, 3 deputy director posts, and 5 assistant director posts. Number 11, appointment of compliance officers within procurement management to ensure compliance to the procurement checklist from specification until award. We've attached Annexure 7, which is the appointment letters of the 3 compliance officers. The internal control and compliance unit will continue with the audit on all advertised bids to prevent these findings with limited capacity of the 1 director, the 1 deputy director, and the 1 assistant director. And the department is proposing additional posts within the unit as part of the structure review process, and we have attached the draft ICU structure as Annexure 8 to the response. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Are there questions on the question there? Honorable Small, Honorable Marchetta, Honorable Nepomuluni, Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I would refer the department to Annexure 5, where they made a brief summary of it's a letter from Provincial Treasury on the feedback of the condonement or outstanding information that was required. First question is the information that was outstanding that the department required, has that been submitted to Treasury? There's an application.
Sorry, Honorable Small.
All right.
It's Annexure 6.
Annexure 6, sorry. Annexure 6, my apologies, ma'am. It's Annexure 6 that deals with the feedback on application for condonement on irregular expenditure incurred by your department. It's the feedback by Treasury that deals with some of these issues. So what I'm asking is the outstanding information that was required by Treasury, and this is usually with either the bid documents or some of the transversal issues, were those submitted that was outstanding. To keep it brief, the department had to give an update on disciplinary action taken following the condonement, because I would ask that in your reply to question 3, you would indicate disciplinary process done, one of your headings next to each of the officials. This is now in relation to answering some of your questions between page 15 and you would see the progress status. Your progress status indicate disciplinary process. So I take it that your disciplinary process is not yet concluded, if I read that status correct. But if I read Annexure 6, it indicates that some of those cases have been concluded, and Treasury requires that you should provide details towards the consequence management of that certain irregular expenditure. Let me give you an example. 2021-22, the amount of 184,000 rand, the non-compliance with the PFMA section 38, And then it was condoned, but in the second paragraph it says, however, the department should update the committee with the progress and finalization of the consequence management. So it means that a action of finalization of consequence management, this is where we are now on that process. There are a couple of those HOD, I'm just referring to one. So I'm just, because in this report there's no indication of a finalized disciplinary process, Honourable Chair. There's only indications of processes that is hovering. Secondly, there's also mention made that cases should have been opened at SAPS, and some progress around SAPS. I did not get any indication, and this is on that same Annex 6, page 3, where mention is made about SAPS. There are no indication about communication to SAPS or the progress of SAPS on that report. It is to do with the 246,000 irregular expenditure that was occurred during the financial year 2021. You will see the second section of the paragraph says, however, the department should provide the committee with the progress on the SAPS cases opened and the restrictions of the service provider. So in all of these files, there are no indication or reference made to that outcome, or even the department following up with SAPS on that regard. Thirdly, Honourable MEC, when you go to the new file that was submitted late, the third file, my apologies, it's not well marked, but I would read Annex as part of addition to Annex 6 that deals with the intention to take disciplinary action. And I want us to stand a little bit still, and I want the HOD and the MEC just to look at the dates that I want to make reference to. First, the letter is issued out or printed on the 19th of February 2025. It's the third file, Honourable MEC, HOD. It's a third file that was given to us, the you will see right at the top, the reference is made to Rabada. I'm going to take an example of each of them. So it's the 19th of February. HOD, it takes you 3 weeks to sign the letter, and it takes a further 2.5 weeks for the individual to sign the letter, the intention. This is 2025. Noting that there's a disciplinary process that must come by and that action should have taken place. This is now a year to date. It's a year to date. A year. My question would be, this is the intention. So what is the outcome of the intention? The intention is not made clear if DC action is now being taken or the response by the individual. I want to take you to the example because the first 3-4, I want to show how slow and long it took. And I can take the first 3-4 dates, how long and slow it takes for the executive management to sign off on the various processes. But with Rabada T, on the 9th of the 9th, 2025, it took you less than a week, HOD, less than a week, to sign off the letter. 2 days later, the official signs the letter. You understand? So here you take nearly 5 weeks for it. On this one, everything gets done within a 9-day period. But what is concerning is Records NT, although that you signed it also very quickly, that person has not signed his intention letter. So I don't know if it's a matter of compliance to put letters here. Neither the witness nor the staff member has signed it. And so it goes for Clavella TF, head office, that person itself. So if these people are with head office, because it's not clear if they're all at head office, but some of the ones that you took quite long to sign, within, it took you more than 3 weeks to sign, but also within head office. I struggle to understand the intensity or the action for why is it so late. Some of these intentions to letters goes back to 2024, Honorable MEC. Some of them were not signed, sent via email. So there's no correspondence letter to say I have accepted or have not accepted. Some people have retired, so they're not even in service. So why do you send a letter to a person that is retired and do some sort of a letter? So now I'm thinking to myself, what type of compliance are we doing here? So 2 years in the process of a disciplinary process, taking into account what the condonement process is. And I'm not going to go to each and every one because there's quite a lot of intention letters here. But I think the HOD got my drift about the intention here. 2 years down the line, when does the intention letter move formally to either a disciplinary process or confirmation that the chief risk officer maybe had an investigation that cleared the individual's name, if that makes sense? Because you're either got to go the one end or you've got to go the other end. So, Jay, if I may be guided into that discussion, please.
So thank you very much. Maybe still on the same issue so that I don't come back later and start with the preface again. Who is Rabada? Is he or she a departmental official? Because I can see that is an inquiry there, and she or she is a witness to almost all these people. So just want to understand.
There's a she and she's in labor relations.
Okay. So these people should inquire to her if they have questions, and she also witnessed their receipts to the letters. Most of them were done. But my question, like Honorable Smart is saying, these are intention to take disciplinary actions, and they were written in 2025. Then it's almost a year, but we don't see their responses yet, because when you write this letter, you are saying to this person, defend yourself, even before we take you to the disciplinary hearing, and based on your submission, we will determine if we charge you, because this is not a charge, it's an intention to charge. Based on your submission, we will continue with the charge, or we will rescind that intention. So, but they don't respond the whole year, and then you are also quiet. We don't want to assume, because when you look at this, then your mind will work to say, well, this just written last week just to comply. I'm not saying you did, I'm just saying in my mind, but one possible thinking will be, maybe this was just written last week just for compliance purpose. Because if indeed these people did not reply up to now, obviously the accounting officer should have taken action to say, based on the fact that you did not reply, then we continue charging you. We're supposed to get those letters as evidence because they have not responded. So I just wanted to align and beef up it so that I don't come and ask the same question again. Honorable Machet.
Thanks. My name is Pesi Machet, a member of this committee. Just on page 10 of 61, on the contributory factors, I just want to check as to what is it that the department would have done to ensure that these contributory factors are curtailed before the reporting now, because the issue of systematic non-compliance, significant backlogs, insufficient internal controls have always been identified during the evaluation and auditing stage. Now, it may imply as if these are new things, just to get a sense as to now that you have identified what was happening, have you not noticed these things in the past, and if they were noticed, why they were not implemented at that stage? Two will relate to the issues relating to the 11 transactions that are awaiting investigations. Can I check as to the longevity of the waiting? How long will it take, and by who this investigation should be done? On page 26 of 61, there's reference to determination tests. Can you easily indicate the manner in which you have performed these determinations to deal with the issues with regard to transactions? As I already said, it also speaks to the issues of the 11s that are awaiting investigation. Part of it, as and when you will be responding to the latter question, will also deal with this matter. Again, on page 26, there's a reference of preventative measures. It is my view that the PFMA, Treasury Regulation, and SCM have always put measures to respond to this kind of challenges. Is it a new innovation? If it is not a new innovation, these preventative measures, what was happening in relation to the implementations? Because these prescripts have always put measures to ensure that issues in relation to capacity problems, internal controls, and so on, have always been dealt with through these prescripts. Just to check as to whether this really preventative measures new in the context of how they've been put here, or what was happening with regard to the implementation of the said prescripts. Lastly, one will speak to the issue with regard to improve oversight and accountability. I think here I just want to check as to what could have been happening with regard to the status quo, just to elaborate. Because the statement suggests that there are challenges that are there and so on. Now there's something that is put in place to make improvement. Currently, what is it that you could speak to that matter so that we are able to be together. The last one would be on 28 on improve governance structures. There are committees that are set there. And these committees, there is an insinuation that they were not properly constituted. I just want to check whether that statement is correct. If it is correct, how they were constituted, and further indicate that you are also saying they would have to operate independently. Whether these committees have not been operating independently from its inception as required by statute. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nampukunen. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampukunen TC. Most of my questions have been covered, but I just want to indicate on one or two on the time frame between the notice of intention to take DC action. It's already indicated that it's now a year now, and nothing has happened. And the other one, although it's partially indicated by Honorable Machete in page 10. In page 10 on the contributory factors, there, especially insufficient internal controls and weak financial management and inadequate consequence management. I just want to relate to your annexure 2 and 3 from page 2. You have approved clean audit strategy for 2024-25 financial year, and also you have approved 2024-2025 AGS action plan and progress report, that is annexure 3 in page 2. Marrying these two here, the worst question would be, do you think the approved clean audit strategy for 2024-2025 financial year, together with the approved 2024-2025 AGS action plan and a progress report, will you be able to implement them adequately in addressing these contributing factors in page 10? Because in the main, the strategy and the action plan and the progress report are relating to these contributing factors. So marrying the two, do you think this approved clean audit strategy and the action plan and also the progress report will adequately address all those factors in future, so that when we come here next year, we don't have even excuses, because we are aiming at a clean audit now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. Faith Swopela, member of this committee. Chair, it has actually become a norm that in the departments, when officials become implicated in these investigations and all that, they crisscross around departments. They either resign or leave. I just wanted to check, how is the department preventing some of their officials from leaving the system before they could actually face the music in terms of their issues of disciplinary processes that they are facing in the department? And also with the 11 awaiting investigations, what is the progress there with regards to those investigations that are still awaiting investigation? Chair, on page 18, with regards to the progress status and the current status, I just want to check which one is the correct status in terms of progress with regards to these investigations, because the other side says the investigation report is awaiting approval, and then the other says it's under investigation. Which is which? Is the report completed, waiting approval, or the investigation is it still ongoing? And that will be all from me, Chair.
And who must approve that? Awaiting approval by who? Who is approving all these things? Maybe just to add on the questions. On these categories, for example, the condoned transactions, there is the Vodacom tracker payments for 1.8 million. But on the condone, the letter from the Treasury for condonation, I don't see the very same figure that you are referring to in this. I see, is it 28 million? So will be clarified, must be clarified on that as well. And the 2023-2024, 27,200. I don't also see it in the report for those transactions that were condoned. But on the transaction undergoing disciplinary processes, there are cases where, for example, on the HRM appointments, we don't see the responsible person there. It's blank, together with, and it's not the only one, 2023, 2022, 2023 as well, for the non-compliance to SCM by Ugahle and Kubis. No responsible person, and in some cases there are no amounts, especially the very same one that the Honorable Scopa was raising on progress status under investigation, waiting for approval. How much are you investigating? So there are a lot of gaps in this table that you have provided, and I think as when you are going to respond, you'll be able to tell us the amounts and even the responsible people, the BEC and the BAC members who were responsible. But coming back to the issue, the response of A, indeed, these issues that you have indicated as contributing factors for the department to fail to investigate irregular expenditure. I don't know how you blame on non-compliance. And of course, throughout the documents, there is an issue of non-compliance. Now, to me, non-compliance, if I have to be honest with you, is deliberate. Because I agree we have got policies that guides us. So if you choose to deviate from the right thing and do what you need, then we can't even write it. I mean, if you deviate from the PFMA and supply chain and all these things, supply chain management regulations, which are there. So we can't take it as a factor in that. It's negligence. It's negligence, and with negligence, we can ask two questions. Was it foreseeable? Was it preventable? Let me see. If somebody is saying, I have not complied with the legislation, the manager or the accounting officer should say to that person, was this foreseeable that if you don't do this, it will result in irregular expenditure? Was it preventable? Yes, it was preventable. And if the two questions are both yes, then you charge that person. You charge that person because there is the documents PFMA clear, the supply chain management documents very clear. So it means that once you do your own things, it was foreseeable that this thing will create a problem there. Was it preventable? Yes, it was preventable because you should have taken the right course. So if all those things were not done, then it warrants action. So we can't write this thing here. It's just a compliance issue. You don't have even to write it because it should just be done. The only thing that you should write is to say, because the one person has failed to comply, then we have taken action. So that is why I'm worried about these things. And you are also indicating the issue of skills challenges. I mean capacity challenges. So my question is it the number of officials within the supply chain management, or officials are there, the problem is the skills that they have. They don't have the relevant skills, because the issue of capacity can be two ways. Insufficient internal control. I think it was going to be fair if you would have explained to us, once you have identified these deficiencies, then what are you going to do to ensure that these things does not recur? Others, I think they've covered me, but maybe the last one on the 11 remaining investigations I was covered. The other one related to what I was raising and is on page 27 on measures to improve oversight in particular, and the rest of these other points that you have mentioned, strengthening capacity, strengthening supply chain management controls, but it is worse on improving oversight. Clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the SCM practitioners. Are they not clear in your job descriptions? That's the question. So if they are not clear in the job description, so it means there is a problem. How are you going to clarify what a person knows? When I'm employed in this position, even the advert will tell you your responsibility, your roles and responsibility will be 1, 2, 3, and then when you arrive in the department, you get a contract which will clearly stipulate, and it will say, in terms of PSA, we are allocating these responsibilities, and they're 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I think that is what it should be. So to write it here as to improve oversight, I don't think it is fair. We must just do the right thing. We must just, even the other one, introducing consequence management. So they are not interventions. These are given things that must be there, that must be done every day. So, let me see. I think based on the questions that members have asked, you are expecting the answers and the clarity. And even to comment on this other thing. So why do you write things that are there? Do you want to rewrite the policies? Do you want to amend them? Or maybe you should say, this policy, we think we need to amend it to be on this level so that you are able to give us, it is able to give us more power to do, that one we will listen to do consequence management, something like that. But just to say, to ensure that the consequence management is strengthened, it must be strengthened in the first place. That must be done. It's a fact. Thank you, MEC.
Well, thanks very much. My name is Rachweni Ernest Swatao, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to request Mema Hlase to get in, and then also allow the CFO HOD. Then I'll close it. Through you, Chair. Mema Hlase.
question relating to what happens if you retire with a pending case. I think it all is twofold. If it's a normal retirement wherein the employee has reached 65 years, the department will have to let you go, because after the period of you've been notified that you'll be on retirement, you don't have any contract between the department and that person. So if it's a normal retirement, the department will have to let you go, but they will have to come and investigate further, and the findings will then be relayed to the employee. But if it's a person who just want to resign because there's a case, that usually will not be allowed to, will hold that resignation, and the investigation will then be implemented until an outcome is given. With regard to the colleagues that were given intentional letters, if we give you an intentional letters, there will be a period wherein you must respond, and if you don't respond within that stipulated time frame, we take it that you have accepted and we are admitting guilt, and the department will then institute investigation or for that matter, and it will give you an outcome. Most of the time after the outcome and the finalization of the investigation, the employee will come and then lodge a counterclaim to say, I was not afforded an opportunity, and the matter will then be referred for further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you allow them to finish the note where you want to make follow-ups?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The honorable members asked what are we referring to when we talk about capacity challenges within supply chain management in the department. I want to indicate, Chairperson, that in the main, during the 2024 and 25 financial year, we're running our processes with admin officers in the main and 18 lower level middle management and senior management. So they were not permanently appointed officials at managerial level. So that's why you see that's why I even said earlier that that's why we had a lot of repeat findings in SCM from the 2023-24 to 24-25 financial year. So now that we have appointed this senior manager, the deputy directors and the assistant directors, now we believe that with that capacity, the colleagues will understand that they need to manage these processes that are done from inception up until we award these bids. The issue around the roles and responsibilities that we are referring to in our response chair is that we needed to clarify the roles of officials that are sitting in our bid committees. That in those bid committees is not only supply chain practitioners. If I procure, for an example, a school, the chairperson of that specification committee will be someone from education infrastructure and officials from the Department of Education, and one official from supply chain, and then the other one will be a secretariat. So wanted to clarify the roles and responsibilities so that when there are these deficiencies in internal controls, we know who to charge, so that they would have known that as I said in that committee, these are my responsibilities. So cannot say no, I didn't know that there is a particular prescript on supply chain that I needed to comply with as an official from the end user side. So those are the roles and responsibilities that we felt we needed to clarify for those committee members as they sit in those procurement committees. Honorable Smiley also wanted us to confirm whether we have since resubmitted some of the applications that were deferred in the July 2025 application that we made. Yes, there are those that we were able to resubmit for the December city, and there are those that we were unable to submit. Especially on the progress on consequence management, we did not provide the progress report to Treasury, as well as the progress on the matters that we needed to have submitted or reported to the SAPS. So those are the weaknesses that we need to improve upon as a team, so that we just don't only concentrate on the decision to say condoned or not condoned, and we must look further at the other requirements to make sure that we submit the progress report on the consequence management matters. The other issues that were raised by the honorable members is that the issues that were indicating on page 10 of the report as contributory factors, based on the current clean policy strategy and the action plan for 24-25, do we believe that this will address these contributory factors? Honorable members, as a department, if we were to really implement what we have said in our own action plan and the clean policy strategy, with the additional capacity that we have, especially on supply chain management issues, we don't believe that we should have this kind of findings, because then if we were to comply with the checklist, if there's no tax clearance or the tax clearance has expired, we cannot move. So the HOD is aware that if our tax clearance are not up to date, he cannot sign off the appointment letter to the service providers. And we believe that if all of us as a system can really implement what we said we were going to do, we shouldn't be having the repeat findings. Now, the delays in us previously not having done the investigations or referral of the investigations as well as the determination is because we did not have the necessary capacity. We only started having the internal control and compliance unit in during the 2022-23 financial year, and there's only 3 officials there: the assistant director, the deputy director, and the director. And these 3 officials are supposed to assist us with all the advertised bids to check whether all the stages have been complied with. So that the home bodies there are just not adequate for us. And that's why in one of the responses we indicated that as part of the structure review, we have submitted the additional units that must assist us with these probity audits matters, so that indeed the HOD can have confidence that all the bills that he needs to sign off, they have been thoroughly checked by the officials that will need to appoint in the future. For now, Chair, we working with what we have, and it's a challenge, but we believe that with the things that we have included in our 24-25 AGS action plan, we'll be in a position to improve on the repeat findings matters and comply with the requirements of the PFMA and its regulations. The 11 outstanding determinations and investigations check. Yes, the investigation was concluded, and the investigation report was referred to the Financial Misconduct Board, and then they further referred it for the accounting officer to deal with the matter check. So the HOD will speak on that, Chairperson. For the areas in the tables where we did not indicate the BAC or BEC members check, we'll look at that. But some of them, if it relates to HR matters, of course, then there will not be a BEC member, but maybe we must just indicate the officials that served in the shortlisting or the interview panels, because then it will be those officials that the investigation report would have said they must be acted against. So we can be in a position to update with that information. The condonation transactions, Chairperson, on the Vodacom tracker payments met, when we applied for the condonation, we indicated the value of the contract, but then and then that was what was approved. But then we then went back and said, but we did not pay over the 1.8 million. So we then adjusted that to 28 or 27 million, and we only indicated the amount that had actually been paid. So the other amounts we did not pay it to Vodacom. So maybe it's one matter that we need to just go back to Treasury so that our numbers then correspond. Because the application would have spoken about the total value of that Vodacom tracker issue. But what actually went through the system, it was only 1.8 million for that financial year of the transactions that we could do. So we will reconcile those numbers as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I think Honorable Small was or referred to the lead time between signing off reports and when the time they were submitted in the office of the HOD. To say that the reports are signed as they come in. Maybe there will have been a delay between where the reports were prepared and until they come to the office of the HOD. Because I have tried myself over time that there will not be a turnaround of more than 2 days of reports being in my office. I sign them off as they come. I mean, even when I was preparing for this meeting yesterday, I was arriving from the HOD's track plan that was in Zebula, but I signed all the documents that were submitted in my office. But where then I'm able to see that the document took long, sometimes I do write that this is not going to be allowed. We have to move with speed as we then approve the document. But that is something that we'll obviously then look at moving forward and discuss. I think even the issue of the intention and when the letters are submitted to colleagues, because as the information comes to the office of the HOD, then they go back to the Labor Relations Office to then ensure that all these letters are submitted and are signed off and all that. But then we'll follow up on and all that. I think honorable members, including the chairperson, they were talking about these improvements that we're trying to or we're introducing in the department. We are now having an unqualified audit because of all these measures that we are introducing. I think the CFO was clarifying even the roles and responsibilities. When we say we're improving oversight and accountability and all the others that are there, Honorable Chair. Yeah, on the HRM appointments and some of non-compliance by SCM where the names are not provided, can we come back and submit that information, Honorable Chair, where there are gaps then in our reports as soon as possible? But that timeline then it will come from the honorable chairperson. Yeah, thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, HOD, honorable chair and members. I think from my side now.
Okay, thank you, and I'm noting your honorable response. I'll give you a chance. Just want to comment. I forgot to raise an issue here, but it's related to what I've been raising on 28, number 7, improve governance structures. You are saying you want to ensure bid specification, evaluation, and education committees are properly constituted and operate independently. That is why I was saying we think. So if you put this statement, I can assume that they were not properly constituted and they were not independent. So what are you saying? Are you saying they were not independent? Who was controlling these committees, according to your statement? And the other thing, and I forgot to raise it when the HOD earlier was saying we did not expand. You see, I wish one day you could just come and present and we say we had you and we go without asking questions. When you have expanded and you were detailed. Let me see. The CFO was responding to me on one issue and was saying no, it was then and now. Now we have done 1, 2, 3. And this report was compiled now. I think it was going to be fair enough to say this was the challenge, but now here is where we are. That will be a complete explanation. And we were not even going to ask her questions about that particular net. But if you leave it hanging, and we're agreeing some of these things happened 2020, 2021, 2022, but there are developments. But if you don't give us those developments, so now we ask questions based on the information that you have just thrown there. So we're requesting you to be detailed, and when there is a progress since that issue, it should be able to respond to itself. But the other issue that I want to raise is the issue that was raised by Honorable Scopa and responded by the corporate director. Or I'm not
yes.
sure. The corporate,
Chief Director.
Chief Director. What is happening is that, and if you are doing it, if you are challenged, it's going to get to add to your litigations. You can't refuse any employee by the law for now to resign. You can't. But there is a proposal on the table in Parliament now where the PSA is in the process of being amended. And they are including a clause to say, if you are under investigation, that clause, after it has been signed or after the president signed it, then it will be law. Then is then that when I say I resign, you say no, you can't resign now because you still have some issues to answer. But as of now, I am sure that there's no way you can say don't resign. And I don't think it has ever happened. If it has happened, you just happened to do it to a person who is very sympathetic to you and could not take you to court. So the issue is that for now, Honorable Scopa, there is no legislation that prevents anybody to resign. Of course, there are measures that they can take, but you can't refuse. And it is also very critical to say, to indicate that in terms of following the money, because our intention is that we must follow the money. Even if you have resigned, even if you have retired, if there can be a proof that we need to, you have caused the department this wasteful expenditure or any unwanted expenditure, we can still follow you, can still follow the money. Unfortunately, it cannot be done through our normal consequence management because you can't call a person who is on retirement to appear. We can do it through the police, report it to the police, they investigate, and the Hawks, the SIU, they do their investigation. If they find that indeed this thing is true that you are alleging, they will take steps to recover the money, whether you are on pension or you have resigned. So that one will be dealt with legally and with the justice system through our agency, and the money can be recovered. So I just wanted to clarify so that sometimes our viewers may not be confused. Maybe in the near future, if MEC, if the president, they've done consultations last year throughout the province, those were there to say, are you saying if a person has cost the department irregular expenditure or wasteful expenditure, we should, or any other matter that she or he must answer, we should, the department has the right to say, no, you can't resign until we deal with the issue. Once it is signed, then it will be done. I can see that there is a follow-up. Honorable Smal and Honorable Mashet.
Thank you, Chair.
And Honorable Mantata Mahasa.
You see, Honorables, either the lack of information or the quality of information gets us to go to the next stage. So, the PFMA, Section 38G, H, requires you to take action when the irregular expenditure takes place. Requires that action. So the intention of the letter goes out, and you require, some of these letters are going back to 2024, Honorable Chair, not to 2025, to 2024. Even the person that's so-called retired, I don't know when the retirement is, but it must come in a full report, because I will now speak to it. It says that the official now must respond within 5 working days. That is what your letter states. The intention says 5 working days. So now I'm questioning, one, if that has happened. And then if I go to DPSA, that says that if you look at the labor actions or the DC actions, it says that the employer, which is you, must try to resolve these disputes in a manner that is fair. Now I'm going to ask you, in all of these intentions of letters, are you able in a spreadsheet to give a timetable to say, letter responded, we responded by date X, and then there's action taken, you know, what is the final action or the designation? Because it will be very clear, understanding, if the employer says you retired, but you issue out the letter on the 9th of the 9th, 2025, but he's only retired this year, I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I don't know what the date is, then I'm asking, what did you do in that time frame? If the person is being found guilty. That's part 1, what must be addressed, because it's important that one understands these timelines. Because I am very concerned, because CFO, you said on record that you have not submitted the reports to Treasury on the SAPS issues and on the disciplinary actions. It's 7 months to date. On the 7th of July 2025, that was the letter signed, given to you by Treasury. We're 7 months down. Treasury has for 7 months not seen that letter. No response, no explanation, nothing. So within your management meetings, MEC and HOD, you making reference that you are looking for a 2-day turnaround to critical matters. I would presume that a query from Treasury is seen as critical to be responded to. How is it possible? How is it possible? 7 months down the line, we have not responded to Treasury. Honourable Chair, I would ask that that report that is supposed to be going to Treasury, that it's also been given to us, so that we can see the progress on it, because I think it's important that we enhance Treasury's efficiency in that regard. Because I am concerned that the department here is not very serious on consequence management. There has not been one warning letter, one serious suspension, proof of suspension, or serious action in any of these files, Honourable MEC. Not one. Not one evidence to that effect. I can only take it that you are wanting this committee to force your hand to go towards that stage. And maybe it will come at a later stage. But I am saying to you, I would also ask the timelines from the intention to take the disciplinary action, that we get the timelines to see when was action, how was it, what involved it. Because if your CRO investigation gave strong recommendation towards a disciplinary outcome, because you must investigate before you actually give me an intention for a DC process. Something must have informed you, and that information must be serious, I would argue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten a letter, or those officials wouldn't have gotten this type of letter. So, I don't want to go towards the process, but if the letters, if the timelines are not coming out, Chair, it will push us towards where we are looking at the investigations reports to determine if real action and real consequences are being dealt with according to that investigations report. Because it's not clear in how you package your report. HOD Chairperson, maybe also on the next time when they come before us, that they package some of this information then a little bit better, so that we don't have, maybe can limit some of the questions. So they now see what we are asking. So next time you can maybe add some of the information that, please anticipate some of the members' questions so that it limits some of the conversations as well. Thank you.
Honorable Macheta, thank you.
No, thanks very much, Macheta Pesi, member of this committee. Just on page 26, there was a question in relation to how did you perform determination test on transaction on irregular expenditure. That part of the 11 await investigation has been covered. You may leave it. The other question was on the preventative measures, which was also not answered. It was in relation to the issues that PFMA, Treasury Regulation and SCM prescripts always have measures in place to deal with the matter that we want to confront with through preventative measures now. And then the question was what was happening in relation to the implementation of the provisions of these measures as outlined in the prescripts. On improved, I think that part we have covered was not answered. On the issue of the bid, I may also live with it that the chairperson took it again. It was not answered, but you may confine yourself on the two questions that I have asked now.
Honorable Mantutama Hassan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mine is not a very big deal. I just want to inform the department that when they type their things, they must always, type them in a correct manner. Because on page 23 of 61, there is this under names of implicated bid adjudication. There's this on line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Line number 8, which they said it's 2023 to 2204. So those, type of things can change, because we don't know of 2204. So you need to take care of those mistakes. Little mistakes can change, the whole statement. And then the other thing is this, that I just want to know, because I know nothing about that. I want the department to just maybe assist about those pensioners who have been implicated. Can't we take something from before they go? They've got the pension funds. So can't we maybe say we need to, before you go, and then if you get your pension, you won't receive it before that money can be, recovered, or maybe we take it straight from the pension fund. I just want to hear that from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last thing on me, it is on page 26, on the responses based on question number D, where the department is saying they have referred the regular expenditure for possible disciplinary processes amounting to 662 million and awaiting intention letters to proceed with the application for condonation. I think the first part is covered by what Honorable Smale has said in terms of the disciplinary process, which are not very clear. But the second part of it is saying awaiting intention letters to proceed with the application. So we can assume here that the intention is not to take consequence management. MEC. That statement implies that the intention is not to proceed with consequence management. The intention is to get those intention letters so that they are able to comply with the clause on the Treasury to say you must at least prove that you are taking action. In fact, they are not necessarily taking action. So they apply for condonation, and then the Treasury condones, and then it stops there. If you listen to that statement, and I believe this statement because that is what we are observing in most cases. They are just including letters as if something is going to happen, but once the process of condonation is completed, then everything stops. And I think Martin Diza, that issue that was raised by the AG sometimes, I think at sometimes looking at how you are played here, we should go to a stage where the whole investigation is completed before we condone, because it was raised when we were having the meeting with the AGSA here, to say, how do you condone when the investigation is still on? But it was clarified now why, because the legislation allows that at least the Office of the Treasury, as long as they see that you apply consequence management, they can condone you. But what I'm saying, Martin, is they just pretend doing something, and then you are convinced once you finish with their issues, this issue is not going anywhere. And it's not me who is saying that. MEC, this is the statement that is saying that. They are saying they are awaiting intention letters to proceed with the application of condonation. Because if they were serious about consequence management, they were saying they were awaiting intention letters so that we determine whether to continue with the disciplinary hearings or not. So, Leabona Lelenaker, Leaquaker Treasure, or Validian. Yeah. I think that was my real concern, and I don't know how did I forget it when I started. It was the first time. But the questions were asked, so can you deal with this follow-up question so that we go to the next question?
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Ernest Svatalo Rachwen, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the members asked to get in, and the CFO will follow.
Thank you very much, MEC and members. With due respect also, MEC after my response, I also request the that I will keep but the process in terms of misconduct is also outlined in our transversal HRM policy, wherein after the investigating officer is appointed, within 5 working days after the case is reported, then the person, the labor relations official must start, the charges are then formulated within 30 days of the appointment of the investigating officer, and from there the chairperson or the presiding officer is appointed within 5 working days after receiving the report from the investigating officer. From there the investigating officer gives the employee the alleged
offender a notice of disciplinary hearing within 5 working days before the hearing. From there, the disciplinary hearing is held within 10 working days after the notice is delivered to the employee or the alleged offender. Then the chairperson or the presiding officer will then communicate the final outcome of the hearing of the employee within 5 working days of the conclusion of the hearing. But I would like to indicate that it depends on the merit of the case. Some of the cases are going to be managed outside this time frame stipulated here. From there, I'll allow Advocate Bilangulu to add.
Good afternoon again, Chairperson and members. I think I will only respond to the question about the issue of retirement and the repayment. The Pension Fund Act itself prohibits taking money, pension money to pay debts. So it's not allowed. And secondly, you will remember that in the past, the accounting officer was allowed to correct wrongly paid monies to employees by simply deducting. So, but now there's case law that prohibits that and says that we must follow litigation processes in order to recover any money that's being owed by an employee. Thank you.
My name is the CFO. On the issues where we're indicating we are performing the determinations, Honorable Chairperson and members, once the Auditor General South Africa has raised transactions as irregular expenditure within our internal control and compliance unit, complying with the framework that deals with unwanted expenditure, we're expected to then perform what is called determination and assessment within 30 days after the transaction will be raised as a possible irregular expenditure. And indeed, within that 30 days, we then confirm that indeed this is irregular expenditure, and we indicate the section of the PFMA or the Technological Regulations or any SCM prescript that was not complied with, and we indicate through the determination whether this is a control deficiency, it's a negligence matter, or whether we believe that there is fraud or corruption in that transaction. And once we then determine that no, it's a negligence, then we refer and indicate in the report the officials that served in the relevant procurement committees for them to be taken into task in as far as consequence management is concerned. But where we believe that there is fraud and corruption, then we refer to our the Office of the CRO to do investigations. So that's what we do when we say we are performing the determinations, Honorable Member. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I hear you to say indeed it's like as a department, we maliciously, if I may to use that word, use the intention letters for application of the condonation. And that is not the intention, Chair. The intention, that is why when I also responded to Honorable Smile to say we have not been in a position to submit the progress report on the feedback on the condonation matter because we did not submit the progress report as well as the progress of the SAPS matter. So it's a weakness within the system that we're working on. I chair what is called the Ethics Committee in the department. And last week when we had this meeting and Labor Relations was presenting their report, I indicated that we have referred a lot of transactions to yourselves to deal with consequence management. And because of the lack of progress on those issues, we are unable to then convince the condonation committee on implementing consequence management. And I indicated that we need to improve on that matter because it's not just a compliance matter, Chairperson. We need to follow this thing through because if we don't do it up to the last end, it will not serve as a deterrent. That is why we'll try our level best to prevent, but if the controls that we've put in place are being, they are not complied with, it means the non-compliance matters are going to continue. And if we say, as internal control, that indeed here there was negligence, then consequence management must be implemented. we need to work as a team within the department to make sure that indeed we implement that consequence management. So we're not being malicious when we're indicating that we are issuing the intention letters for condonation purposes. The preventative measures that we're indicating on page 26 of the report, Chairperson, we want to stress that we want to prevent this non-compliance, because if we are unable to then prevent, it means then the other processes must then follow. So with all the checklists that I indicated earlier on that we're implementing, and if all of us within the system can comply, we will be in a position to prevent these non-compliance issues. But up until we reach the stage where we don't have these findings anymore, we must continuously enhance those preventative controls to make sure that they work and they are effective and they help us prevent these non-compliance issues, especially around supply chain matters. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Okay. And then the last one, I think it is not answer it. Are your BECs or BACs not properly constituted and they are not independent?
Thanks, Chair. What we're referring to the Chairperson is that previously what was happening was that when the BAC was not agreeing with what the BEC said, those reports were not in writing. People were dealing with these amendments of the reports of the other committee without a formal communication, because we need that audit trail. So that's what we're saying, to say they need to operate independently. So a matter is set before the BEC and they make a recommendation to the BAC. If the BAC does not agree with the recommendation of the BEC, it must be in writing, that decision back to the BEC to say, in terms of the decision of the BAC, the matter is referred back to yourself to look at item number 1, 2, and 3. And then so that when it comes back, there is also that audit trail. So that's what we're indicating, that we want these committees to operate independently and not influence each other wrongly if there is anything like that. But on the constitution of those committees as well, when you look at the list of the irregular expenditure, especially on the household contract, the people that served in that particular committee back then were officials that were not actually employed by the department. They were seconded through the DBSA. So we're advised not to use them as members of the committees. So that's why we're saying now we are making sure the people who serve in those committees are employed by the department, or they are nominated by our client departments by the relevant HODs. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's still my wish that one day we will have such details and don't have to ask further questions after you have presented your report. The information must be full. We must not receive the half-lang information. So I think we have dealt with question number 3. Can we move to number 4? Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Question 4 deals with material misstatements. Executing authority, the AG reports that there were material misstatements in the annual performance report submitted for auditing. These material misstatements were in the reported performance information for infrastructure operations and road infrastructure. Management did not correct all the misstatements, and the AG reported material findings in this regard. A. Why did the accounting officer submit an annual performance report which had material misstatements to the AG for auditing? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? D. What measures did the accounting officers put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ernest Swatal Rachel, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Allow me, Chair, to then request the HOD to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. We read the response to question number 4. Why did the accounting officer submit an annual performance report which had material misstatements to the AG? Our response, the accounting officer relied on assurance done by officials in the department under corporate services, whose responsibilities is to facilitate quality check and correctness of the annual performance report with all the relevant officials and governance structures in the department. There was no material misstatements picked up by the accounting officer together with the corporate services and the management team during the review process. The 3 issues that were subsequently reported as material misstatements by the AGSA were clarified as follows. One property not provided for in the 2024-25 financial year. This related to the lease agreement for Office of the Premier signed on the 18th of February 2025, which falls within the 4th quarter of 2024-25 financial year. In their finding, the AGSA indicated that the occupation of the building by Office of the Premier happened during the month of April 2025, which falls within the subsequent financial year 2025-26. This was regarded as a target not achieved by AGSA. The department clarified the matter with an indication that the actual target was to sign the lease agreement with the Office of the Premier, not actual occupation, which is outside the control of the department. And this is attached as Annexure 9, that copy of the signed lease agreement for Office of the Premier. B, that the Infrastructure Program Implementation Plan, the IPIP, used as evidence for the reported achievement was not signed by officials responsible to confirm validity of the document. The department provided AGSA with a total of 6 IPIPs that were duly signed. In their finding, the AGSA indicated that LIDET IPIP was not signed. The IPIP in question was signed by the HOD on the 28th March 2025, Annexure 10, attached a copy of the signed IPIP with LIDET. Number C, the MOV submitted related to supply and installation of solar panels, not maintenance of buildings. The means of verification, the MOV for the planned maintenance projects completed were submitted to AGSA, and in their finding, the AGSA indicated that supply and installation of solar panels is not maintenance of buildings. The department managed to clarify that the supply and installation of solar panels were part of the planned maintenance projects for 2024-25 financial year. The department did submit all relevant documents to AGSA during the final meeting with AGSA. The auditor responsible for auditing performance information indicated that she is still busy with the documents submitted. However, when the audit outcome were published, it was evident that those documents were not considered. The concerns were raised with the senior auditor, and he indicated that he would consult with the responsible auditor and revert to the department. AGSA engaged with the Departmental Internal Control Unit to review all the documents submitted as POE, and all issues of misstatements were cleared. Unfortunately, AGSA indicated that they will not be able to revise the audit report for 2024-25 financial year as it was already signed. B, who are the responsible officials? The Chief Director Corporate Services, Ms. Mathasi MS, Chief Director Property and Facilities Management, Ms. Mashilwani LF, who is acting, rather qualify that, and Chief Director Provincial Departments Infrastructure Management, Mr. Machubeni MC. And what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? Response: the accounting officer did not take any action against the responsible officials as the anomaly was outside the department, as already explained. D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? Response: that to prevent the recurrence of material misstatements in the annual performance report submitted to the Auditor General, the accounting officer put the following measures in place: strengthening of performance information controls, that is by implemented standard operating procedures for the collection, verification and reporting of performance information, and enforced compliance with the framework for managing program performance information. Number 2, improve review and oversight process. Introduce multi-level reviews of quarterly and annual performance reports by line managers, senior management and the accounting officer before submission, and required written sign-off by program managers confirming the accuracy, completeness and validity of reported information. Quarterly performance verification, that we instituted quarterly performance reviews and verifications to identify misstatements early rather than at year end. Used internal audit to perform quarterly audit of reports, performance and performance information, of reported performance information. Number 4, strengthening of evidence management. Standardized evidence files for each indicator, ensuring that reported achievements are supported by valid, reliable, and verifiable documentation, and introduced a performance information checklist aligned to predetermined objectives. Capacity building and training, provided targeted training to program managers and M&E officials on indicator definitions, technical indicator descriptions and reporting requirements, and ensured officials responsible for reporting under AGSA audit criteria are also trained. Number six, alignment of planning and reporting documents, strengthening alignment between APP, strategic plan, operational plans, and the APR to prevent inconsistencies, and reviewed indicators and targets to ensure they are smart, measurable, and auditable. Enhance role of governance structures, utilize the performance management committee, audit committee and internal audit to review performance information before submission to the AG, and implemented audit committee recommendations to address recurring findings. Number 8, action plans for AG findings. We have developed and monitored detailed action plan to address prior year AG findings related to performance information, assign clear responsibilities and timelines. with regular progress reporting to senior management, consequence management, introduced accountability measures for officials responsible for recurring errors or misstatements, and linked performance, reporting quality to performance assessment of senior managers, and early engagements with the AGSA that engaged the AGSA during the audit cycle on technical matters to clarify audit requirements and expectations, reducing the risk of misinterpretation. And the department does validation on a quarterly basis, and the annual performance report is presented to executive management for validation before submission to AGSA, and the Annex 11 on the quarterly report to executive management. Thank you very much, Honorable Missy and Honorable Chair. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I check if you've got questions? While they are still checking, I want to comment on response number 1 on A. Accounting officer relied on assurance done by officials in the department under corporate services whose responsibilities to facilitate quality check and correctness of the annual performance report with all the relevant officials and governance structures in the department. We know accounting officer that indeed even what you are responding now, you rely on your directors and everything. But what we are saying is there must be a controlling, monitoring system that you put in place. And what this statement is saying, it is saying the accounting officer has been misled. Don't be surprised, because I was misled based on the information that I got. That is why we have got this problems. And it raises the issue, okay, it's fine if you are relying on them, but you must always have your own mechanism to verify whether the information presented to you is correct. We know that you are accounting on the whole department, but when as an accounting officer you must have monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that you must verify what is on my table is indeed true. So if you can just sign and sign and sign and sign, then we'll have this statement. And then I will assume that it means you are saying you are misled. And then if you are saying so, what are you doing? What have you been doing in terms of the monitoring of the work of the department? So this is just a concern that I wanted to raise with your office. And I saw Honorable
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is still Makodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I've got a question here, but I don't know, maybe I'm confused, but I think the department will assist me on that. It's page 30 of 61. Under question B and C, who are the responsible officials? As the department, you gave us the responsible officials, maybe who were busy with those two, A and B. So, and then when it comes to C, it says what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? So really the response because you said the accounting officer did not take any action against the responsible officials as the anomaly was outside the department. So I don't understand how can you give us people or officials who are responsible for the anomaly, and then at the end of the day you tend to say no, nothing has been taken against those responsible officials because the anomaly was done outside the department. Maybe if they can assist me by explaining further, I will understand. Thank you. That's that. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are two issues. I just would like to understand that if one deals with these, let's call it the contracts or the timing of the contracts when they come towards the end. I know that you indicated that certain things lies with the Premier, certain things with I get that. But are there no one from within your department that chases those timelines or chases those contracts, trying to make sure that it actually happens? Secondly, once the audit finding has been concluded, there are a period for corrective measures. And HUD, when I listen to these responses, let's call it from a technical perspective, I would have presumed that in that timeline we would have dealt with those technical matters, you know, in order to remove the audit findings. I'm just boggled that you say that the AG says it was already signed and therefore we cannot take it out. If it was done in the timeline, one would have registered a dispute. I'm just trying to understand why didn't you then register the dispute in order to clear the finding? Because now you've got a finding against. Or you did not meet the timeline and the information came to the AG past that time frame or timelines, and therefore I can understand if the AG stands by its finding because you didn't meet the deadline. I'm just trying to understand where does that fall, Chairperson, because it's you know, for me it's a simple matter of following certain procedures or coming towards an acceptance. Okay, I didn't meet the timeline, therefore we didn't submit the papers on you know those lease agreements or those issues on time, and therefore the finding stands. Or you are challenging the outcome of the AG. It's simple. It's either the one or the other. It's not clear how you put it forward, HUD. Thank you very much.
Is it not addressed by C, the last bullet?
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, because in the technical response, the audit period is between 6 and 9 months after, and then there's also a period for the department and the AG to clear, let's call it the technical matter. If this is technical, in brackets, there's also a time frame to clear the technical matter, and hence you either did it in the time frame to clear it, or you didn't do it in the time frame allocated. And if you did it in the time frame, you would have appealed, or you would have had an objection towards the finding based on the evidence provided, because it clearly seems that the evidence is there. And
no, I understand, and I hope that they are understanding.
I'm just trying to get
points.
Because I don't like to throw the AG under the bus for to say that the signature was already appearing on the audit finding, and therefore we couldn't change the audit finding.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are the follow-up questions, of the questions that needs to be answered.
Through you, Chair, allow me to.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members. My name is Mothanke Pukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Honorable Chair, let me just agree with you. I know you were just raising this point in passing. Sometimes when we write...
It was not in passing, it was as a point
no, as
on the table.
Oh yeah, not as an advice. That is what I wanted to say. Yeah, as an advice. But to say that, when you respond, you think that you wrote good English. When it is gone, then you are alone there, and that was the interpretation even on our side. And thank you so much, ma'am. On the next question, on why we are saying that this was outside the department, and maybe also the response, just to make it clearer, is that we have agreed with the AGSA that there was nothing wrong, if I can put it that way, and hence then we did not take the disciplinary action. And maybe we should have clarified it that way in our response. And coming to also Honorable Small on the technical or referred the matter to either or lodge a complaint, we were also very careful as we were responding to this question. As it is in our audit report, and we didn't want to come and also blame the AG equally there. But I'm going to ask our internal control just to okay. Yeah, because when the issue is of technical in nature and we don't agree with the AG, normally it will not even reach the report. If it goes outside the audit without agreeing on the matter, because it will be referred to the Treasury or be referred to the head office of the AGSA. And in this case, it was raised there, and we were also and maybe internal control was going then to talk to this matter much more better, to say that once it was in the report, we then agreed with AGSA to say it is already in the report, and they are coming back. So they are coming back again to audit us again here, and we didn't lodge that complaint. I don't know if I'm answering that question. Honorable Smart.
But it's not in your responses, that's what I'm saying.
There's still a chairperson now.
Oh, yes. Yes, my apologies.
But it's not in the responses, that's why.
Yeah, it was a half long hearing.
Yeah.
So there's only now that we are trying to make it a long one.
I agree.
So like you said, Honorable Smart, that you hear how we want you to respond. We don't want half blank, we want a full 1,000. So that we don't have to ask after every question. We say, oh, what about this? How far are these? Some of these questions, if you have just written full information, we didn't have so many questions.
If I may. So if I look at your answers and I look at 10, bullet point number 10 on your response to D, I. You say that engage with oversight during an audit cycle on technical matters to clarify. So if it was a technical explanation that was not well understood or that was challenged in technical nature, in the responses, you would have brought that conversation into light, or you would have put it in your own words. I'm not going to say what your words should have been, and I would have been comfortable if you've done it, because it would have taken my argument just out of the issue. I will just leave it there, Chair. I am happy with the response.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you covered?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to say I'm also happy with the response, but the department must take care. You know, when you do your responses, I concur with what the Chairperson has said. You need to take care of what you are responding on and how are you responding. Why? Because if everything was done in full, if they responded, fully, it was not necessary for us to, questioning them, because we'll be satisfied with your responses. So next time when you come here, please, the department must make it, or they must make sure that their responses are fully, responded. That's what I want to, advise the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Can we go to question number 5? Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks very much. My name is Macheta, member of this committee. On question 5, revenue management. Executive authority, the AG reports that appropriate processes were not implemented to provide for the identification, collection, recording, and reconciliation of revenues as required by Treasury Regulation 7.2.1. Furthermore, the AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all money due as required by Section 38, subsection 1C, 1I of the PFMA. The AG further reports that reasonable steps were not taken to recover debts before writing them off as required by Treasury Regulations 11.41. Further again, the AG reports that bad debt was written off contrary to the requirements of the department's right-of policy as required by Treasury Regulation 11.4.2. 5.A or 5A, why did the accounting officer fail to implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, recording, and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury regulations? 5B, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all money due as required by Section 38, Section 1CI of the PFMA? C, why did the accounting officer not take reasonable steps to recover debts before writing them off? D, why did the accounting officer allow debts to be written off in contravention of the department's right of policy? E, who are the responsible officials? F, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official for this anomaly? G, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and colleagues. My name is Ernest Smatao Rachwen, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure Limpopo. Through you, Chair, allow me to request my CFO to respond to question 5. CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Mashasedi Mhlabane, the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Question 5A. Why did the accounting officer fail to implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, recording, and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulation 7.2.1? Our response: the department is faced with historical challenges on revenue management, and below are the major reasons why the accounting officer did not implement appropriate processes to provide for the identification, collection, recording, and reconciliation of revenue as required by Treasury Regulation 7.2.1. Number 1, lack of capacity and the organizational structure which is not responsive to the functions. The department is having lack of capacity in terms of human capital and the organizational structure which does not sufficiently respond to its mandate. This matter was being addressed through the process of reviewing the department's service delivery model, which is intended to form the basis to review the organizational structure. This process was at an advanced stage. The service delivery model was finalized and a draft organizational structure in place. However, the process was halted. We've attached Annexure 12, which is the approved service delivery model and the draft organizational structure. The capacity inadequacies at the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure is currently receiving attention from the Provincial Executive Council. A technical task team led by the Director General and the HOD of Provincial Treasury has since been appointed to assess capacity issues at the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. The team has since commenced with its work. The team was introduced to the department on the 29th of October 2025, and their work commenced on the same date. In terms of the project plan, the team was scheduled to conclude the project, produce a closeout report with findings and recommendations during the month of December 2025. However, at the time of writing this report, the report was still pending. Refer to Annexure 13, which is the copy of the terms of reference of the institutional capacity assessment project plan, a presentation made to the department on the 29th of October 2025. Number 2, illegal occupation of state properties. The department has some properties that have been hijacked. The department acknowledges these challenging factors and has since put the following measures in place. Fiscal verification and monitoring of house register on a quarterly basis to manage illegal occupation of government properties and to further identify hijacked buildings on time for appropriate intervention. All lease agreements are renewed annually as per the approved policy to ensure that the illegal occupation of properties is managed and dealt with. Furthermore, the department has launched Operation Bring Back Government Properties, hashtag Visa Tundus Damuso, as launched by the Honorable MEC Rachweni, ES on the 28th of November 2024. This initiative has confirmed to the public that the department is aware of the challenges facing government property management and is ready to tackle it. It brings hope to the public and other government institutions, as addressing these challenges can lead to the increase in government revenue collection, reduction of criminal activities in hijacked buildings, and restoration of law and order. To date, the department has sent instructions to the Office of the State Attorney to institute eviction processes. 13 eviction notices have been issued for Vembe District. Due to the criminal nature on the hijacking of the state houses, some matters were referred to the Hawks, and to date, the Asset Forfeiture Unit of the NPA managed to obtain preservation orders on 4 properties, R58B, 227B, 68B, and 2B that were hijacked by criminals in Guyana, and this included a house that was turned into a hotel. Due to lack of capacity in the offices of the State Attorney, a private firm of attorneys was appointed through the Office of the State Attorney Olukwani to assist with the eviction processes for the Capricorn District, and to date, 22 eviction notices were issued against the illegal occupiers, while 5 cases have now been instituted for court hearings. The state attorney is in the process of appointing private attorneys for all districts to assist with eviction processes. The High Court in Polokwane ruled in the department's favor and granted a preservation order against the hijacking of state properties for worth 18 million, and we have attached Annexure 17, which is eviction notices and preservation order. Failure by the department to dispose of redundant state-owned houses. The department in its immovable asset register has some immovable assets that are not in good condition, nor habitable, and therefore this has resulted in tenants withholding their monthly rentals, some being illegally occupied, vandalized, and even deteriorating due to non-utilization. These assets are no longer cost-effective to manage and maintain and do not effectively support the departmental service delivery objectives. It is evident that the cost to restore such assets to good and habitable conditions would be significant. Failure to dispose of redundant state-owned houses has increased maintenance backlogs and rental arrears, resulting in additional costs for municipal rates and taxes, services, and security. Although the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure has identified properties eligible for disposal, the process is constrained by the Scopa moratorium. Consideration of requests to uplift the moratorium will be submitted once the appointed service provider to conduct property valuations has concluded the work and condition assessments are conducted in preparation for disposal. 4. Budgetary constraints to adequately maintain state properties. Failure by the department to effectively maintain its properties has resulted in poor conditions of buildings, leading to tenants refusing to renew lease agreements due to lack of maintenance. The Limpopo Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy has been developed and approved at the level of Provincial Executive Council. The department has prioritized maintenance of the existing infrastructure and facilities. The infrastructure maintenance plans have been developed per district. The maintenance for provincial key points are prioritized in the current financial year, 25-26 financial year. We have attached Annexure 14, which is the approved Limpopo Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy. The maintenance of residential facilities will be prioritized in the next financial year, which is 26-27, and over the MTEP, aligning to revenue enhancement strategy. The office facilities across the province will be prioritized and classified into minor and major maintenance in the next financial year, 2026-27, and over the MTEP. The condition assessments of the existing infrastructure and facilities will be undertaken in 2026-27 financial year. Each existing infrastructure facility will be prioritized based on the completed condition assessment and budget availability. The existing infrastructure facilities with potential of revenue collection will be prioritized. Annexure 15, which is the 2024-25 financial year, status of infrastructure maintenance activities and projects is attached. Number 5, tenants vacating flats or houses without alerting the office, leading to an increase in debt. The department is conducting tenant audit on a regular basis with more emphasis on tenants where in-payment is not forthcoming for improved performance. 6, illegal subletting leading to non-payment of rent, depreciation of property and high utility consumption. The department is conducting tenant audit on a regular basis with more emphasis on tenants where in-payment is not forthcoming for improved performance. 8, partial implementation of approved tariffs. The department is not fully implementing the approved tariffs, thus resulting in inaccurate billing. The main contributing factor on this are challenges listed above and corresponding intervention measures. Question B, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective appropriate steps to collect all money due as required by section 38(1)(c)(1) of the PFMA? Our response, effective steps to collect all money due were constrained by the nature and age of the debts. A significant portion of the rental debt related to tenants who occupied departmental houses without valid lease agreements, rendering enforcement and recovery actions legally and practically difficult. Although recovery efforts were undertaken, including the referral of debts to debt collectors, management concluded that given the prolonged age of the accounts and the circumstances of the debtors, further recovery was no longer feasible. C, why did the accounting officer not take reasonable steps to recover debts before writing them off? Response, Reasonable recovery steps were taken where feasible. However, the accounting officer determined that additional recovery actions will not yield positive results. In particular, the debts were long outstanding, debtors could not be traced in some instances, and the absence of signed lease agreements limited the department's legal recourse. Consequently, management assessed the debts as recoverable and proceeded with write-off processes to ensure that the financial records fairly reflect the department's financial position. D. Why did the accounting officer allow debt to be written off in contravention of the department's write-off policy? Response. The deviation occurred mainly due to the agency to correct materially misstated data balances that no longer represented realistic economic benefits to the department. Management's focus was to ensure fair presentation of the financial statements, although compliance with prescribed write-off procedures was inadequate. Who are the responsible officials? E. Response. The responsible officials include the following: the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabane MOC, the Acting Chief Director, Property and Facilities Management, Ms. Mashilwane LR, the Chief Director, District Coordination and Departmental Operations, Mr. Chwala PD. F. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? Response. The accounting officer addressed the matter through management interventions rather than disciplinary action, as the debts were largely attributable to historical and systemic issues rather than deliberate misconduct. Corrective measures included management reviews, engagement with relevant units, and the strengthening of accountability frameworks. Where in procedural non-compliance was identified, officials were sensitized to compliance requirements and corrective guidance was issued. G. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? Response. The accounting officer has implemented the following measures: strengthening of controls over departmental housing, including ensuring that all occupants have valid signed lease agreements, updating and enforcing revenue management and debt write-off policies and procedures, regular review and reconciliation of rental debt supported by age analysis, early identification and escalation of overdue rental accounts, improved coordination between property management, revenue management, and legal services, weekly accrued revenue departmental meeting chaired by the CFO to address all outstanding audit issues on rental revenue and monitoring of progress in implementing the approved standard operating procedure, appointment of the deputy director and assistant director responsible for rental management, performance of regular tenants audits every 6 months, implementation of new lease agreement, and approved standard operating procedure on rental billing, which is attached as Annexure 16, approved SOP on rental billing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open for questions, but I think some of the matters that are raised in this question were dealt with when we were dealing with the improvement of the audit outcome. But I don't prevent honorable members from asking questions. But before you even ask questions, I just want to comment on the issue of on page 35, where you are talking about a failure to dispose of redundant state-owned houses, and the main reason being the Scopa moratorium. The last financial year hearing, we spoke about this issue, and the department promised us that they will make a presentation to Scopa, and then we'll take a decision. But now you are coming up with another angle to say you have sourced the services of a service provider before you can engage Scopa. So you see, there is inconsistency in terms of responding. Now we are still waiting for your presentation. And if you were to say, we realize that we cannot collect data ourselves, we source the services of this service provider to make that presentation that we promised Scopa in the last hearing. I was going to understand this sentence. But just to say no, it means we are taking another direction other than that that we have agreed in the last hearing. So I just wanted to talk about that. Maybe let me allow other people to ask questions, if there are questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just with regards to your, it's 14 and 15, I just want to see what you call it, the maintenance strategy plan. I tried to determine, or when I was reading it, trying to get to the financial analysis of such a plan, because when you roll out such a plan, you would probably link it to a budgetary process. Although I read the priority list of it, but I can't see the actual budgetary obligation that may or must be met or should be met. So I couldn't see that portion of that assessment. Secondly, Chair, when you say that nobody can be held accountable, but in your root causes of your audit opinion, I don't want to make reference too much into it, but it says no mechanism or tracking system in the place to ensure occupational rent was invoiced or should have been invoiced. What I'm trying to, because I'm just reading some of your root causes, it tells me at a district level, certain people were supposed to be responsible for certain things. Lease agreements, rental agreements, issuing out of invoices, following, simple other things. That was not met. And I'm reading from your root causes, and you can go to page 40 if you want to. But it tells me somewhere you should have held people accountable for certain systems. Wasn't being done. And although that the names from a provincial level is being put forward here as part of your answers, I still say that there were some obligations that were not met, and therefore action should have been dealt with. You do want to write it off because you haven't got personnel, or you didn't have enough expertise, but I don't agree with your statement on that. Your eviction notice and your preservation orders, have you actually taken ownership of those properties? Are they in your hands? Are those people, are they with you and under your control? That's what I wanted to say, because a lot of these things it's not fully addressed in the maintenance plan, Honourable Chair. I would say that it still lacks there are some holes, but I will leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honourable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bella, member of this committee. Chair, mine is one on the action taken against the responsible officials, and the department says they've addressed the matter through management interventions. Just wanted to check what exactly do you mean by management interventions? What are those? Yeah, instead of the disciplinary action, what are those interventions that they do?
Thank you very much. And to add to the questions, maybe back to the issue of moratorium, you said you have appointed the service provider. Who is the service provider that you have appointed? But the other issue is the implementation, I think, on the whole issue of the services that are not paid for, the rentals and all those things. In our deliberations last year, we spoke about the possible of a cutting of the services for those because there was an issue of paying a lot of money because of electricity and other services that people are just staying there and that they are not paying. So one of the resolutions was the best thing is to cut those services, and then they will come out and then you will know who they are. And the last one is on D. Why did the accounting officer allow debts to be written off in contravention of the department policy? You are saying the deviation occurred mainly due to the agency to correct materially the statement. But I'm saying here, 2 wrongs will never make a right. You can't correct a wrong by wrong and you expect to get a right. So we don't accept this response because indeed it's not correct. It's not the correct response. The issue of I think those are the questions that we had. If you can just respond to them.
No. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and colleagues. My name is Enes Wataulrache, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Chair, through you, allow me to request Mr. Machubin to, Mr. Rangwe to come in before the HOD can respond.
Can you assist with the Ruby mic?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and my name is Donald Rankwe. I'm responsible for education infrastructure management and also coordinating the Limpopo infrastructure maintenance strategy as outlined in the annexure. The strategy was developed and approved, as is stated there, by the Provincial Executive Council. What we have done since approval, we then prioritized all the facilities and infrastructure in the province. On annual basis, as you read in the strategy, is expected from each and every department to then provide the budgets and also maintenance activities that they're going to roll out, including us as Public Works. So those are the things that we have outlined in the report. What will then happen is that each and every maintenance that is done, as the department is a custodian of the provincial infrastructure, we'll have to assess such. And in terms of the budgets, as Public Works, we have budgeted around R500 million in the current financial year. Of course, that will then be prioritized in terms of which maintenance are prioritized. And as we mentioned, one of the critical areas that we have prioritized is the key points in terms of legislature and parliamentary villages. But after that, then our priorities will follow, as we indicated that some of the areas that we are focusing on, it will be the facilities such as the residential areas and offices. So as such, that will assist us going forward to actually prioritize and roll out the plans. So that is the response on how we implement the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I will respond on the 2 wrongs, Honorable Chair, to say yes, indeed, these are 2 wrongs. As management, at the time we were preparing the financials, we looked at the 2 wrongs and we believe that this wrong was better, it was a better level. But it's no excuse, Chair, that we did not go to the right-of committee to present the write-offs that we're proposing for the accounting officer to agree with the recommendation to write those rental debts from our books. But we wanted to make sure that our AFS are fairly presented, because if we did not write off, it would be like we're still expecting this money to be collected while at the same time we knew fully well that all those tenants that we had built and sent statements to, we did not have a legal standing because we did not have legal lease or signed lease agreements with those tenants. So we fully agree with you, Chair, that indeed two wrongs don't make a right. And we will look at these issues going forward so that we timelessly deal with the issues around write-off. The last write-off committee for the 2025-26 financial year is expected to sit in March, so that if there are any issues that we need to refer back to the applicants, which is the district offices, will do so timelessly, so that when we submit to the HOD in April for the 2025-26, the decision can be taken early, so that when we submit the acts in the first week of May to see us to then comply. But Chair, we agree with you, two wrongs don't make a right. I do not have the name. I was trying to check the awarded bids for the bidder, the valuer that we appointed in December. We can, I'm still searching for that name of the service provider. I should be in a position to give that name before we knock off the page. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Mohalima Chubeni. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Provincial Department Infrastructure Management. I think my colleague here covered me very well, but I want just to more emphasize in terms of maintenance to say we also do some conditional assessment on a government building, whereby that conditional assessment is informing the strategy which he just spoke about. And some of the projects which we're currently doing, we're doing them based on that condition assessment. I thought that I must just add that part is important. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. I would like to respond to Honorable Scopa on the intermanagement interventions that we're seeing in our response here that the issues that are raised here and the challenges are more historical, and I will not use the word that before the colleagues were here, but they are historical, and because we had an external audit firm that the fixture, we did a report for us in the last financial year with the recommendations in terms of what is that is supposed to be done. And that is the corrective action or the interventions that we are putting in place between us here at the head office and also the colleagues in the districts. That is what we were referring to. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much. My name is Ernest Swaka, from the MEC responsible for public affairs. Maybe just to add, Chair, on the issue of value. I think we had discussed in our meeting that we really need to have someone who have to assist us in terms of valuation. If you can see, we're not doing well in terms of it's like you have indicated later on in terms of issues of how we handle our properties. Because my view, like I said in previous meetings, is that we just have to know exactly how many properties do we have in the whole provinces and who are in those properties. Because some of them, like I was always calling for making sure that if it's possible, we have to cut services in those that are injected and all that. So we thought that it's very important for us to capacitate our colleagues just to know exactly what we have as a department in order for us to see which one can obviously help us in terms of identifying exactly what we have and what we must do in terms of those particular properties.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure, Honorable Scopa, if you are answered.
Yes, I'm covered, Chair. Yes.
Yeah, but because I also have the same question myself, and I did not ask it because I was covered, but the response did not cover me. What is the expectation was to say, because these things happened long time ago, the action that we do, we are approaching it in such a way that we deal with the systems and all the contributing factors 1, 2, 3. As management, you are doing 1, 2, 3. Maybe we are reworking the system or revising the system or revising the approach. I think that is the intervention. That was what I was expecting from the response, but it's fine. It's fine. Can we go to item? Okay.
Just, my chair to please, member of this committee, just clarity so that I don't assume, but just to provide an insight in terms of the 2 wrongs. There's a reference made to a better debit. Does it suggest an option or a choice? I think for the viewers at home, it will be better if we are able to use that statement. Thanks. Question.
You know what this thing is reminding me. When I was still at high school, there was one teacher who would say, I don't want a blank space. But if you don't know the answer, you better write all the names of your siblings. This is the response. This is what happened, in short.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Kimasho Sedi Flava, and the CFO. Let me withdraw those words, honorable members. That was the better option or choice from the 2 non-compliance. Thanks.
Thank you. I think Mr.
Can I also give the name now?
Okay.
My name is Masha Sedi Flava, and the CFO. The name of the company that we appointed to do the valuing of our properties so that it assists us in dealing with the matter. The name is Montano Valuer that we appointed in December 2025. Thanks.
I hope in your terms of reference you also included the timelines, because it should not be endless. This is very critical considering the challenges that we are facing. This issue just needs to be dealt with as soon as is convenient. Yeah, question number 6 on asset management. Honorable Scopa.
Question number 6, Chair. It's on asset management. Executive authority, the AG, reports that proper control systems were not in place at the department to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by Section 38(1)(d) of the PFMA. Furthermore, the AG reports that preventative mechanisms were not in place to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10(1)(1)(a). Why did the accounting officer fail to ensure that proper control systems were in place at the department to ensure the safeguarding of assets as required by Section 38(1)(d) of the PFMA? B. Why did the accounting officer fail to put in place preventative mechanisms to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? E. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Scopa. MSc?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Ernest Smatao, MEC responsible for public resources. Allow me, Chair, to request the Chair to explain. Thank you very much.
But maybe because I realize that most of the question, I mean the answers or the facts that are here have been raised somewhere. If you think that they were covered, just wrap up. Just summarize, because there are many aspects of this question that were dealt with in other questions. So if you feel that this is sufficiently covered, you can just wrap up and then we can.
It's on asset management, question 6. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and Honorable MEC. The response to the first question, while auditing immovable assets, AGSA observed that certain properties of the department's immovable asset register has not been operational for years. These structures have degraded and present a danger to the community since they are vacant and might be taken of advantage by criminals. I'm trying to scan through here. Additionally, AGSA highlighted various properties that were unlawfully occupied, and this is one issue that we were discussing also in the last responses or questions. These issues are picked up by the AGSA, long-standing issues, primarily stemming from the department's failure to dispose of the state-owned properties. And this still refers to the Scopa resolution and also the appointment of the service providers there, Honorable Chairperson, and failure by the department to maintain redundant state-owned houses. And this we also refer to, given also the conditions there, and the maintenance strategy of the department is mainly on page 40, and given reasons why then some are not cost effective to manage and maintain, since they are not in a very good condition. The other area that we want to respond, maybe talking to, is the tenants vacating their flat houses without arranging their office, leading to increased properties that are left unattended, and these properties end up being taken over by illegal tenants or left abandoned as a potential to harbor criminals. The department is conducting tenant audit on a regular basis to ensure state properties are not vacated without his knowledge for improved asset management. The next one, it should be noted that the process to adequately perform regular tenant audit remains a challenge due to capacity challenges, and these issues have been addressed now, Honorable Chair, in our organizational structure, and also as we review our organizational structure, and we're also working very closely with the Office of the Premier in the Provincial Treasury, and they are currently assessing the capacity of our department. And maybe one thing that we can bring to the attention of the committee is that we have since received this assessment, and we have also made this management to include the recommendations that are coming out of the assessment of the Office of the Premier,
and the provincial treasury, and will be responding to them there, so that then we are able to address our capacity challenges. Prolonged eviction processes. The eviction processes require a court order, and we have also spoken to the capacity challenges on this issues, Honorable Chair, that but then we are saying despite these challenges today, the department has sent instructions to the office of the state attorney to institute eviction processes, and 13 eviction notices have been issued for Bembe district. And due to criminal nature on the hijacking of the state houses, some matters were referred to the Hawks. And today the asset forfeiture unit of the NPA managed to obtain preservation orders on 4 properties. And those are the L's that are there: 58B, 2227, 68B, and 2B, that were hijacked by criminals in Guyana. And this included a house that was turned into a hotel as well. Due to lack of capacity in the office of the state attorney, as we have been talking to this earlier, a private firm of attorney was appointed through the office of the state attorney, Polokwane, to assist with the eviction processes for the Capricorn districts. And to date, 22 eviction notices were issued against the illegal occupiers, while 5 cases have now been instituted for court hearings. The state attorney is in the process of appointing a private attorney for all other districts to assist with the processes, and the High Court in Polokwane ruled in the department's favor and granted, I think that must be preservation order against the hijacking of state properties that worth around 18 million, Annexure 70, eviction notices, and preservation order attached there as Annexure 70. Why did the accounting officer fail to put in place preventative mechanisms to eliminate loss, wastage, and misuse of assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.1A? The response: these are historical challenges that the department continues to experience as reported, and failure by the department to dispose of redundant state-owned houses, as we have already spoken to that. And the department, with its immovable asset register, has some immovable assets that are not in good condition. I think we spoke to the condition of these assets, and hence then we'll want to, after the evaluations are done and the conditions of assessment, to then determine which of those assets can be disposed. We spoke to the issue of the tenants vacating flat, houses without alerting the office there, and what we are doing as the department to improve on that. It should be noted that the process to adequately perform regular tenant audits remains a challenge due to capacity challenges, and this is a similar response as the one that we have just spoken to now, and the process that we are following, or the measures that we are putting in place to address that. The prolonged eviction processes, and this is due to capacity challenges, as we have already also spoken to that. Due to lack of capacity in the office of the state attorney in Capricorn district, they have also then hired that private firm as that Annexure 17, that evicting notice and the preservation order that we will touch on. And mainly most of the issues that are following there is what we have already responded in other responses, mainly in the very same question, Honorable Chairperson. Who are the responsible officials? Response: the Acting Chief Director, Property and Facilities, Ms. Mashiwani LF. And what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official for this anomaly? These are historical challenges, and the accounting officer continues to address the matters through management interventions. And I think this is more similar to the previous response. Yeah. Corrective measures included the following. Amongst others, budgetary provision has been made in the 25-26 financial year for grass cutting services for vacant state land, and service providers have been appointed, and our maintenance strategy that we have developed, that has been signed off there. That is also referred to there in that annexure. The maintenance of residential facilities will be prioritized in the next financial year, 26-27, and over the MTF, aligning to the revenue enhancement strategy. Because we believe as the department that as we maintain our properties, we can raise more revenue, especially in areas where the economy is concentrated. The office facilities across the province will be prioritized and classified into minor and major maintenance in the next financial year in order to distinguish in terms of what is that we can do internally and what is that can be outsourced. The condition assessment of the existing infrastructure and facilities will be undertaken in 26-27. As we have already spoken to that, most of our budget is currently with our national key point, mainly the legislature, the Premier's Guest House, and also the parliamentary village. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? The response: a curator has been appointed to assist with high-risk, hijacked properties, and district teams have been strengthened with property inspectors to fast-track the asset verification process. Annexure 18 is attached for the appointment letter of the curator, and the legal services is in the process of engaging a Solicitor General to allow the department to appoint private attorneys. This would assist with expediting the eviction processes. Annexure 19, correspondence with the Solicitor General, the Honorable Chair. That's question 16.
Thank you very much. Most of the issues that are addressed here were addressed in other questions, that question 5, 4, and the others. But I'm not saying you must not ask questions. You're fine. But just for interest, MEC, on page 44, the last but one bullet, which is talking about budgetary provision has been made for 2025-26 financial year for grass cutting services for vacant estate lands. And I'm not saying you should answer it, but I'm saying I'm not sure where to locate this issue. Is it in the Department of Agriculture or the OTP or where? The issue of state lands. We know that as the province, we have land that belongs to the state. That is vacant and that is occupied. I think you should start to have a process to identify the occupied land in Limpopo and the unoccupied, because if we can't keep that record updated, we will one day think that we have got land and then that is taken away. I'm just raising it so that maybe in future we locate it somewhere, but we must start to talk about the land, the state land, whether vacant or occupied. So if there are no questions, can we move to?
Chair.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just one. My name is Faith Papela, member of the committee. On the appointment of the curator, has it yielded any positive results, this appointment of the curator? That is my question, Chair.
Okay.
Is it anyhow positive for them?
Emerson?
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. The appointment of the curator had conditions to say whether, as the department, we want them to proceed, more especially with the hotel and those houses, whether we want them to run the properties on our behalf and then we pay them a certain fee. But when we were discussing with the Mopani district, they were saying that, or they were of the opinion that they need to take care of their properties themselves. So it didn't go to that extent that the curator will be assisting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Covered. Question 7. Who's taking question 7?
Chair, I'll assist you. Question 7. It's on the expenditure management.
Are you taking question or
Yeah, just on question 7, I've got one issue.
On question 7?
Yeah.
Well, on
Read it before we read it.
Can you?
We haven't read it yet. We finished it, sorry. I've got meetings, program.
It's because he's looking at the time, but I think we'll give you a chance before you attend that meeting, or after if it's not going to take.
That's fine.
Yeah. Honorable Scopa.
Yes, Chair, it's on the expenditure management and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executive Authority, the AG reports that effective steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as disclosed in Note 31 to the annual financial statements as required by Section 38, 1C II of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulation 911. The majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by interest payments that were made in vain and could have been avoided. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as disclosed in Note 31 to the AFS as required by Section 38 1C II of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation? B, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department incur? C, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? D, provide a detailed breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the department during the period under review. E, who are the responsible officials? F, what action was taken? G, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Through you, allow me to request the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable members. My name is Mr. Sedi Mshavani, the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Question 7A. Why did the accounting officer fail to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as disclosed in Note number 31 to the annual financial statements as required by Section 38 1C2 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. Response. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the department mainly arose from interest charges levied by ESCOM and various municipalities on overdue accounts. This resulted from a misalignment between the provincial payment schedule, which allows only 2 supplier disbursement runs per month, and the payment due dates imposed by ESCOM and municipalities, which often fall outside the approved disbursement cycles. In certain instances, delays were further exacerbated by late submission of statements of account and invoices, as well as incomplete cooperation from some ESCOM regional offices, particularly within the Mopani district, which affected timely processing of payments. While controls existed, they were not sufficiently effective to fully prevent the incurrence of interest. Hence, the accounting officer could not entirely avert the fruitless and wasteful expenditure during the period under review. B, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department incur? Response, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 23,000 during the period under review, as disclosed in note 31 to the annual financial statements, as well as 2.2 million which relates to the penalty fees paid to the Letaba A6 contractor. C, how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? Our response, an amount of 3.5 million has been recovered to date. This amount was offset from the contractor's payment. This expenditure was incurred in the prior year of 23-24 relating to Putamalachi capital project, and it was recovered during the 2024-25 financial year. Where recovery was not possible, the expenditure was assessed as not recoverable, as the interest charges were imposed contractually by ESCOM and municipalities and could not legally be reversed. The amount of 2.2 million paid to Letaba A6 project will be recovered from the PSPs as recommended in the investigation report, which we have attached here as Annexure 20, the Letaba A6 investigation report. The remaining balance of 23,000 will be written off by the accounting officer, as no official can be held accountable for the interest charged by ESCOM and municipalities, and we have attached Annexure 21, which is the approved write-off of the 23,000 rand. D, provide a detailed breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the department during the period under review. Our response, the detailed breakdown on fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred by the department is attached as Annexure 30, which is the detailed breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. E, who are the responsible officials? Response, fruitless and wasteful expenditure emanated from interest charged by ESCOM and municipalities, and no one is responsible. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure did not result from deliberate misconduct or negligence by individual officials, but rather from the systemic constraints that includes the provincial payment schedule limitations, the external billing practices of ESCOM and municipalities, and delays in submission and confirmation of statements of account by service providers at their regional offices. Accordingly, no individuals officials were held directly liable. Roman figure number 2, on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure emanating from the Letaba A6 project, the appointed PSPs on the projects are responsible. Question F, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? Our response, no action has been taken by the accounting officer on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to interest paid to ESCOM and municipalities, as the expenditure arose from process existing related challenges rather than misconduct. No disciplinary action was instituted. However, the accounting officer issued management directives reinforcing accountability for timely follow-up on ESCOM and municipal accounts, improved coordination between head office and our districts. On the Letaba A6, the department will recover the amount from the outstanding payments of the PSPs. G, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? Our response, the accounting officer is implementing the following corrective measures. On proactive account management, departmental officials are now required to actively follow up on ESCOM and municipal statements and invoices on a monthly basis to ensure early identification of potential payment risk. on improved monitoring controls, enhanced tracking of utility accounts has been introduced to flag accounts approaching due dates ahead of the provincial payment run. On the provincial ESCOM forum participation, the department is actively participating in the provincial ESCOM forum, where in property and facilities officials escalate billing, account discrepancies and payment challenges directly with ESCOM. A challenge discussed with ESCOM relates to the billing cycle. ESCOM issues invoices at the end of each month and requires payment within 14 days, while the department's payment run is scheduled for the 15th. This creates difficulty for the department as the payment run occurs after ESCOM's cut-off date, resulting in interest being charged. To date, no agreed solution or mutual agreement has been reached with ESCOM to align the respective processes or accommodate both parties. On intergovernmental engagement, engagements with municipalities are ongoing to improve billing accuracy, timelines, and cooperation, particularly in regions experiencing persistent challenges such as Mopani district. As a result of these interventions, the department has recorded a reduction in fruitless and wasteful expenditure compared to the prior financial year from 59,000 to 23,000, demonstrating improved control effectiveness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe let's give Honorable Small first to ask question. That one question.
Chair, it's just a greater understanding on the Letaba 6 report, and I'm also looking at the High Court order on the 14th of March 2024. Does that the one that relates to interest of 2.48 million, are they related within the report? And if so, if they are related, then my question would be, has it been paid? If they are related, the outstanding balance on the Letaba, because not everything was paid. I am just, when reading also the Letaba report, the revision of the scope of work that was done by the HOD of Health just prior to the implementation of the contract, although being taken into consideration, but the report makes mention about payments or variation orders payments that was done that was not in line with, call it the table. Let me put it in simple words. If that is the case, if such a variation or such an application for payment comes and it's not in line, is there not a stop mechanism within your department to either halt the payment or to revisit it? I'm just stating it because it says no official can be held accountable, because it says it's the two companies that went over. But if I look at this, if you look at the various variations or the various scopes, some of those things exceeded up to 200% of what the value should have been, up to 213%. The motor, for instance, the motor work, above 213% of what was quoted. Surely then certain red flags could have been raised and could have been stopped earlier. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to avoid, to say, how do we avoid something similar tomorrow? That's what I wanted to ask around that, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. On the same matter, Letaba, and the investigation report by Ragoma, is indicating that, or we're noting that the original amount was 98 million. And based on what Ombudsman has said, that the other specification or the HOD added some of the item on top of what was presented or what was agreed in the first contract, which costed the department 11 million, 11.4. And on top of that, there's 2 million on penalties in terms of interest and interest. So this transaction, they are both irregular and fruitless. There's 11 million of irregular expenditure, and there is also 2 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure which is charged on the interest. But we want to check on how far are you with the recommendations of the committee, because the recommendations of RACOM, because it's clearly indicating that the accounting officer should approach the treasury for condonation. Of course, after you have taken action against Senyolo and Hank Mantle, because I agree, you know, that the condemnation is dependent on the consequence management. So it clearly indicated that there are two people who must be held accountable. And what the proposal is that then from there apply for condonation. Because according to the report, there is no loss that incurred. The department has, the service was rendered, there was no loss, but there is an irregular expenditure. We know it can be, if proper consequence management is taken, it can be condoned by the treasury. And as for the 2 million, which is a wasteful expenditure, you also know the procedures that need to be followed to require to recover the money, because with fruitless, it must be recovered from the two officials that have been mentioned. So the question is, how far are you with those processes, so that this issue should be removed from your records, should be dealt with once and for all, because your recommendations, there's been an assessment. But what is also confusing me is what is on the, once they once said in previous pages that the project was reached its practical completion. But on page 19 of the report, D, they're saying based on the site visit on the 23rd January, I take it is recent because it's last year January, considering that this project was from 2018. So if we had a visit in 2025 in January, even it's a period of a year, but we believe that it is still recent. We established that most of the work had reached practical conclusion, while there are other items that have been reached, that have reached a partial practical completion. So, and there will be an amount of 120 million, which was not, maybe let me start it again. On the inquiry conducted with the project principal agent, they indicated that there was work that was left out that worth 120 million, including VAT, which was not done due to the inefficient funds. So my question is, the report is confusing the chair because he's saying everything has been done what's supposed to be done. But now, the second sentence is saying there were items which have not reached their practical completion, it's partial. They further said the principal agent is saying there is work that must be done that is worth 120 million. The amount that is more than the project, the first project, and they are mentioning the A5, the A6, and the what. Maybe now you understand those A5 and A6 better. But that is my concern to say. As I was going through the report, I was saying, but this one is coming to conclusion. The recommendation is just to take action and then condonment. But when they say there's still a work worth of 120 million, then I was just confused. So can I be clarified? One, recommendations, how far are they with the recommendations? And then what does that mean to the budget, the issue of 120? Can you just explain what it means to us?
Chair?
Yeah, Honorable.
Because you can respond. I've got a question. It's on page 47 of 61. Just want clarification. Who are the responsible officials of this fruitless expenditure? They've written that no one is responsible. Of course, I understand that no one may be responsible. And then I do understand about the provincial payment schedule limitations, and also that number 2, external billing practices of ESCOM and municipalities. But this third statement, I don't really understand it. The delay in submission and confirmation of statement of account by service providers and regional offices. So I don't know, maybe you'll have to clarify further, because the department, I mean, late submissions by service providers cannot lead to fruitless fruitless expenditure, unless if maybe I don't know. Maybe that is why I am asking that the department clarify me. If so, if they've got those powers, or if the delays are relevant, that they can cause fruitless expenditure. So can the department clarify to this committee? Just that. Thank you. And that's why we said, whenever you put a statement, please try to clarify it further so that we may understand, because to me, it's like it doesn't make sense. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Through you, Chair, thanks very much.
Please allow me to request Mr. Hlagala then be followed by the CFO. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, my name is Acting Chief Director responsible for health infrastructure management. Chair, what I just want to clarify is the issue of completed work versus the work which was still outstanding. So what happened, because we already highlighted to say there was a scope change. So on the change of scope on the project, that work was completed, but then when we do the reassessing the work versus the original scope, that is where now the outstanding work was not part of the work which was still outstanding when they look at the original scope of work. So that is where now we are saying the project will still require additional funds to complete that project. And so we are saying some of those material irregularities will be recovered from the PSPs who were involved. But there was the original scope, and then there was the revised scope. So the project was part of the project. That was the section that was completed, but then the other section were not completed, which the assessment were done. There was on the original scope of work that still require to be completed to bring the work into complete practical completion.
You know where my confusion comes in. 98 million, the original scope, and then the HOD added some items. These items cost 11 million to the original scope. This is the irregular expenditure that we were talking about. And then there was 2 million again for the interest and blah, blah, blah. So my concern is that there is 11 million for the added items. That's my understanding. So why now do we need 120 million? Because already those items which were not included in the original scope, the 11 million was supposed to cover those items. Now the report is saying there were items that were not covered that need 120 million, an amount which is even more than the original one now. And we believe that if there were those items, there will be very few. That's my understanding. You will correct me if my understanding is not in line with what you wanted to address. Emerson.
No, thanks very much.
Thanks, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane. Just need to clarify all the issues that we are indicating on page 47 to say there are delays in submission and confirmation of statements of accounts by service providers in our regional offices. Here we are mainly speaking about the ESCOM accounts, because it doesn't necessarily mean that every time we receive these statements from them, we have to agree with their balances. We need to then reconcile and then interact with them. But then during the interaction, sometimes they don't come back to us as swiftly as possible. But they charge us interest from the day they give us their invoices. They start counting the 14 days for our large accounts. And it's a matter that I have since learned that from the previous meeting with ESCOM at the provincial level, they indicated that as Public Works, we have signed those contracts like that to say they are large accounts and we confirm that we'll pay within 14 days. So we just need to go back as the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure and ask for those contracts that were signed many years ago to review those, because they are not serving us well as a province, so that we then prevent this fruitless and wasteful expenditure in as far as the interest that we are paying on the ESCOM accounts. The fruitless and wasteful on the Letaba A6, as we indicated, will be recovering from the outstanding PSP's accounts. And as part of us implementing the recommendations of the investigation report, where Chairperson, you rightfully say, yes, we have completed some of the work, but some of the original work scope that were given by HELP to the tune of 120 million we have not implemented. So that's why the recommendation is that we need to then implement that scope to 100% and then hand over the report back to or the facility to HELP for utilization. And because we do not have this money, we then submitted a bid through Provincial Treasury for the 2026-27 funding. However, the response was that they will redirect that for the Department of Health to make that budget available. It's not the Department of Public Works or the equitable share that must fund the 120 million, but maybe they can tap into the health infrastructure grants that they are getting from national. So we will not be in a position to then implement that recommendation to say we need to then fund the project and make sure that we implement the remaining works. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. The explanation, I'm trying to understand, but I'll leave with it. Fine. If there are no other questions, we can move to the next question. But also to indicate that we have received the apology for Honorable Small. Is going to log in a meeting now at 6 o'clock. And Honorable Marcela as well, when she was out, she was also having a meeting, but now it's back. And I said, Honorable Squad, when you come back, we'll be done because we are just about to wrap up. And I propose that we deal with question 8 and 9 together because they are all with regard to the management accounts. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Majoman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majumani. I'm the member of this committee. We are in question 8, strategic planning and performance management. Executive authority, the AG reports that the specific information system were not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives and service delivery as required by Public Service Regulation 25 of 1EI and Roman figure 2. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to implement specific information system to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives and service delivery as required by Public Service Regulation 25 of 1EI and Roman figure 3. Number B, who are the responsible officials? Number C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official for this anomaly? Number D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Question 9.
Question 9.
We're dealing with 8 and 9 because they all deal with management accounts.
Okay, Chairperson. It's me again, Asnat Majuman. I'm the member of this committee. Question 9, procurements and contracts management. The executive authority, the AG, report that some of the contracts were not awarded in an economical manner and or the prices of the goods and services were not responsible as required by PFMA 38 of 1B and 45B or paragraph 3.2.4B of SCM, Instruction Note 2 of 2021/22. Similar non-compliance was also reported in the prior year. Furthermore, the AG reports that some of the construction contracts were awarded to contractors that were not registered with the Construction Industry Development Board and or did not qualify for the contract in accordance with the Section 18 of 1 of the Construction Industry Development Board, Act 38 of 2000, and Construction Industry Development Board Regulation 17 of 25/7 of A. Question A, why did the accounting officer award contracts that were not in an anomaly manner and or the process of goods or services not responsible as required by PFMA 38 of 1B and 45B or paragraph 3.2.4 of 9B or SCM Instruction Note 2 of 2021 and 2022? Number B, why did the accounting officer award contract to contractors that were not registered with the Construction Industry Development Board and or did not qualify for contract in accordance with Section 18 of 1 of the Construction Industry Development Board Act 38 of 2000 and Construction Industry Development Board Regulation 17 and or 25 of 7A? Number C, did the department disclose this transaction as irregular expenditure in the period under review? Number D, who are the responsible officials? Number E, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Number F, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you, allow me to request the HOD to respond to questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable members. My name is Mutlanke Pukunzi. I am the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. I will respond to question 8 and 9. On A of question 8, the response, number 1, roads infrastructure management. The department previously relied on municipalities for the recruitment of EPWP beneficiaries, including category of persons with disabilities. To address the challenges encountered, the department has a working relationship with disability non-profit organizations to assist and expedite the recruitment process of persons with disabilities. Furthermore, the department will select samples and conduct physical verification of people with disabilities to ensure that the information provided by NPOs is validated and authenticated. Number 2, on property and facilities management, the department had planned to achieve a total of 13 properties to be disposed of in the 2024-25 financial year. However, only 3 were achieved. The accounting officer was unable to achieve the planned target due to external factors which were outside the control of the department as follows. Farm Chikundu location 262 MT. Documents for the transfer of portion 2 of Farm Chikundu location 262 MT were submitted to the state attorney for registration. It was then cited that the process requires ACTEX reports of all properties situated on the remaining extent of the Farm Chikundu 262 MT, and the department has since appointed a conveyancer and is currently busy with the project of sourcing the required ACTEX reports. And once they are completed, the process to transfer the property will commence. R4 Leboa Khomu GA, the immovable asset was erroneously vested to the provincial government of Limpopo. Therefore, LEADER has approached Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to rectify the error. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure had started with the process of transferring the subject property to LEADER. During the process, it was discovered that there is a transfer fee which should be paid by LEADER to SARS. And Public Works sought advice from the State Attorney's Office, and they indicated that LEADER should apply for exemption to be excluded from paying the required amount. Due to the process of applying for exemption by LEADER, Public Works could not achieve the transfer as planned. Portion 8 of the Farm Skeneswoorde 29 LT, the Regional Land Claims Commission has indicated that there is a land claim and therefore the property cannot be disposed of. Due to the land claim, Public Works will not be able to achieve, was not able to achieve the disposal unit due to the land claim matter. Public Works will not be able to achieve disposal unit, the land claim matter, or unless the land claim matter is resolved. I think that is how it's supposed to read. Portion 0, RE of R451, Toyando D, extension 1. The National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure approached the Limpopo Department of Public Works to donate portion 0 or portion 0, yes, of 451 Toyando D under Thulamela municipality, which is a botanical garden, since it is a national competence. Limpopo Department of Public Works has sent the deed of donation for signing in May 2024, and the letters of reminders to sign the DOD were also sent in October and December 2024 and November 2025 respectively. A meeting was held also between the National Department of or with the Department of Public Works National on the 28th of November 2025, and they had committed to sign the deed of donation. Portion 2 of the farm Voorspoed 458 KS, Limpopo Department of Public Works received a request from Lepelle Nkumbi local municipality for donation of farm Voorspoed 458 KS. The request to donate the immovable asset was for the purpose of a cemetery. The Limpopo Department of Public Works has sent a deed of donation for signing for portion 2 of the farm Voorspoed 458 KS. Municipality was reminded several times of the outstanding matter to finalize the signing of the deed of donation. However, there is no positive response. Public Works will approach Coxstar for intervention on the matter. Puraspan Extension 1, Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure was approached to donate 293 to the municipality in terms of ESCO decision of 2020, ESCO decision 22 of 2044 of 2000. That the provincial government must donate R293 towns, the parent farms, to the municipalities, and the municipalities will then transfer back all properties of provincial functions to the provincial government free of charge. Treasury approval was granted, and the submission for the MEC, for the Honorable MEC approval was done and submitted. Portion 4 of Farm Van Wijksfontein 3LR. Portion 4 has been consolidated to portion 14 of Farm Wijksfontein 3LR, which is not yet registered at Surveyor General's office. And due to the consolidation, the department will no longer proceed with the transfer. This item is now closed. Portion 0, RE of the farm Matox 482 LS. Limpopo Department of Public Works was approached to donate R293 to municipalities in terms of EXCO decisions 22, 2044 of 2000. That provincial government must donate 293 towns to the municipalities, and the municipalities will then transfer back all properties with provincial functions to the provincial government free of charge. And Public Works prepared and signed the deed of donation to Mulemule local municipality on 14 May 2024, and Mulemule only finalized and submitted the signed deed of donation to Public Works on 14th of November 2025. Who are the responsible officials? The Acting Chief Director, Property and Facilities Management, Ms. Mashilwani LF, Chief Director, Roads Infrastructure, Ms. Mashilwani LF. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible official for this anomaly? For planned properties and facilities management, the accounting officer has written accountability letter to the acting chief director for properties and facilities management, and the acting chief director property and facilities management responded with an indication that indeed planned targets were not achieved due to external factors, which were outside the control of the department, and no further action was required on this matter. And we have attached Annexure 22 of the accountability letter and the response thereof. Roads infrastructure, no action was taken against any official as the recruitment process was done by the respective municipalities and not the department. The Chief Directorate is addressing the matter in collaboration with NGOs. D, on measures that the accounting officer is put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly. Roads infrastructure, or under roads infrastructure, the department is having a collaboration with NPOs, non-profit organizations, to go straight to the database to get the PWDs to avoid non-responding going forward, and property and facilities on the other side to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. The department will strengthen planning and risk management by incorporating contingency measures, improving oversight and monitoring external dependencies on a monthly basis to minimize delays and ensure achievement of the planned targets. On question 9, on procurement and contract management, on question A, the response, the department awarded the security contract at higher rates that has higher rates than the approved CIRA rates and above the allocation budget. There was an error from the departmental procurement plan and approval of the specification as the amount indicated that the plan only provided for an annual budget and not for 36 months. And during the previous security contract, the department was spending approximately 110 million per annum when the budget of 2024-25 financial year was finalized, and the department allocated a budget of 130 million. On finalizing the procurement plan, the department was supposed to indicate the budget for security item to be approximately 330 million before taking escalation into consideration at approximately 366 million with escalation for 3 years. On the CIRA rate, the evaluation committee ensured that only bidders who priced not lower than the CIRA rates are considered for award, and that bidders were alerted of the CIRA illustrative guidelines effect from 2 March 2024, and anyone bidding below the rate will be disqualified. Below the CIRA rate considerations, bidders were supposed to factor in additional cost referred to as share of overheads, which must not exceed 40%. The department is still investigating how the challenge raised by the AGSA could be resolved to prevent or to recover the overpayments thereof. B, and the response to B, maybe I must then just read the B. Why did the accounting officer award contracts to contractors that were not registered with the Construction Industry Development Board and did not qualify for contract in accordance with Section 18(1) of the Construction Industry Development Board, Act 38 of 2000, and Construction Industry Development Board, Regulation 17 and or 25(7)A thereof? And the response, the department acknowledges the error made by the specification committee as the correct CIDB grading was used for the value of the awarded contract. The error was further not detected by the evaluation and adjudication committees as well as internal control and compliance prior to award by the head of department. The prevention and detective internal controls were ineffective on this transaction. C, did the department disclose these transactions as irregular expenditure in the period under review? The department did not disclose the transactions as irregular expenditure during the 24-25 financial year, as by the end of the audit, the assessment and determination tests were not yet finalized. Who are the responsible officials? Response: on the procurement above approved CIRA rates and above allocated budget, the determination test is still underway. Then on the incorrect CIDB matter, the evaluation committee and adjudication committee members were responsible and the determination tests are still underway. Which action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Response: on the procurement above approved rates and above allocated budget, no action was taken by the accounting officer until the determination test is completed. And on the incorrect CIDB matter, the evaluation committee and adjudication committee members were responsible and the determination tests are still underway. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of these anomalies? The response: the accounting officer has established a specification review committee for infrastructure projects, and we have attached Annexure 23, the approval and appointment of a specific of the specification review committee. The 2026-27 procurement plan has been developed and finalized through various interaction between procurement management and end users, ensuring compliance to the issued guidelines to prevent the identified challenges. And this is on Annexure 27, approved guideline on procurement. And the department has filled the following critical vacant positions at head office for procurement management unit since December 2024 or between December 2024 and September 2025, a director post, 3 deputy director posts, and 5 assistant director posts. And the department has appointed compliance officers with procurement management to ensure compliance to the procurement checklist from specification until Annexure 7, Annexure 7, and the appointment letters of the compliance officers are attached there. The internal control and compliance unit will continue with pre-audit and all advertised bids to prevent these findings with limited capacity. The department is proposing additional posts within the unit as part of the structure review, and we have attached the structure and what we are proposing for internal control compliance. And the department will continually train officials on supply chain management prescripts and on an annual basis. Those are the 2 questions, 8 and 9, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Missy. Thanks very much, HOD. Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question on page 52, where you are indicating that the property and the facilities management responded with an indication that indeed planned targets were not achieved due to external factors. But you have not mentioned those factors. And we are aware that some of these issues that you raised above involve the municipalities. But the question is what is the level of monitoring? Because even if they are external factors, they must fit within your targets, because when you target, you were aware that you were dealing with external institutions. but you should have put mechanism in place to ensure that your monitoring system will ensure that those targets are met. And then as for the accountability letter, I can see that is there, and even the response from the acting chief director. But my question is that, did you accept the response by the acting deputy chief? Because they are just those two letters, but you don't hear you saying, after the acting deputy chief has responded, then what did you say as the accounting officer? Did you accept those responses? And on 54, on the error made by the specification committee, which was not detected at all levels of internal control, I don't take it as possible, because the reason why we have different levels of quality assurance is that if one level has made a mistake, the other level must pick it up. So if at the level of the committee it was not picked up, and even at the level of internal control it was also not picked up, then it means you have got a challenge of internal control deficiencies which you need to address. And I think the last one is the response on C, on the same page, why the department did not disclose the irregular expenditure. It was because by the end of the audit, the assessment and determination tests were not yet finalized. Now, what is the status of those assessments and determinations? Are they finalized now? So these are the questions that I have, and I want to check with my other members if they are having questions. And there's no question. Can you respond?
Oh, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Richard.
No, thanks very much, Honorable MEC, and thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, on the property and facilities, and we here acknowledge and fully agree that the targets that we put into our APP, they must adhere to the SMART principle, and we must be directly in control with those targets. But again, what we did not do, I think, as the department, was those intergovernmental discussions that were supposed to intensify between us and the municipalities. And in the main, what we were doing here, we were only writing letters to municipalities and sending emails without sitting in one room. Because when you look into the donations that we are talking to, some were even approached by the same municipalities. But when we were going back to them so that we can sign off on some of these properties, we could not really meet the target. And hence then, when we received the letters to say that as property and facilities, we depended largely on the municipalities to then assist us in meeting some of these targets. We then noted that and put in place those improvement measures moving forward to say where then we're having these targets that are relying on other institutions, especially government, even including National Department of Public Works. We must then have more engagement, the Honorable Chairperson, in resolving on some of this and ensuring that we meet the targets.
Over to you, Honorable Chair. OCFO. Okay, before that, our apologies.
Thanks, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane. the CFO for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. On question number 9 regarding the challenge that we are responding on page 54 of the report, where we're indicating that the internal controls were not effective because all these committees could not detect the issue around the grading of the contractor that we required for this particular project. And I agree with you, Chair. It means there were internal control deficiencies in this instance. And as part of the review processes and the revised checklist, it indicates that from a specification committee, the end user need to indicate the estimate of those projects so that we make sure that the correct panel of our contractors, because we have a panel of contractors that is category C, category B, and category A. Category A is from 7 GB and above, and category C is 3 million to 4 million. So above 5 million, above 4 million, it must then be dealt with by category 5 GB. So in this instance, we appointed a contractor that is at 4 GB. So it means they were not eligible to do a project above their 4 million maximum that they should do. So we have updated that so that from specification, we are very sure what will be the cost estimate of that project so that we prevent this kind of issues. So the determination of that one check has been concluded, hence the determination has indicated that the members of the evaluation committee, the specification committee and adjudication committee must be held accountable for this irregular expenditure. We have since finalized that one check, but the one on the PCRA rates for the security contract, the determination is amongst the 11 that we indicated that is still outstanding. So that is the one matter that we still finalizing. The issue around the PCRA matter is the one item that is outstanding on our findings on SCM for 24-25 financial year. And in our meeting this morning, the director will be providing a written report in our next internal audit steering committee meeting so that we are at 100% in resolving the supply chain findings for 2024-25 financial year. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go to question number 10. We are about to finish. We're left with only 2 short questions. And I already see people listening with their eyes closed.
Okay. Maybe if we can take both of them.
Which is a misconduct. as a public servant, remember there is that clause that sleeping at work is a misconduct and is a very serious misconduct. So we know that we don't listen with eyes, we listen with ears, but your eyes must be open as well. Question number 10. Honorable Matata Mahase.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My question is based on question number 10, internal control deficiencies. Executive authority, the AG reports that the accounting officer and management did not perform adequate reviews on the financial statement, performance reporting, and compliance with laws and regulations. Furthermore, the AG reports that the accounting officer did not adequately review the financial statement and annual performance report for accuracy and completeness. The AG further reports that internal controls for monitoring compliance with laws and regulations were ineffective as they did not detect and prevent instances of non-compliance with applicable laws and regulations. So the question number A, why did the accounting officer not implement the above internal control procedures as outlined by the AG. B, who are the responsible officials? C, or CD. What action did the accounting officer take against officials responsible for this anomaly? D, which is not well typed, it's a research A, but I think it's D. Provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress made in addressing the two MIS. I think that's my submission, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Honorable MSc.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to request the CFO to respond to question 10. CFO.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. My name is Mashasedi, the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Public Relations and Infrastructure. On question 10A, why did the accounting officer not implement the above internal control procedures as outlined by the AG? Our response: management acknowledges the finding that the accounting officer and senior management did not perform adequate reviews of the annual financial statements, performance information, and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. The inadequate reviews were mainly due to capacity constraints, competing priorities during the reporting period, and reliance on assurances provided by officials responsible for preparation. Management recognizes that this resulted in material misstatements,
members,
inaccuracies in performance.
Do you need a caucus?
No.
Okay, please.
You know why we are talking, Chair? Because I'm confused. I don't have question number 11 and I don't have question number 10D. That is why I said I don't know as to whether it's A on page 60 of 61. So they say it's question number 11.
Okay, it's not in your file.
No, it's not in my file.
Both.
That's why I read it like that.
Even Honorable Machman.
Machman is
always fine.
Yeah, that is why we
because
were talking about it.
I was surprised when you were saying it's A again, because it's D, which is saying what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly. Okay, thank you. Sorry, you can proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Inaccuracies in performance reporting and non-compliance matters not being identified and corrected timelessly prior to submission. To address this weakness, the accounting officer has committed to strengthening the review and oversight process. Detailed review checklists aligned to applicable accounting standards, legislative requirements, and performance reporting frameworks have been developed and implemented. These checklists clearly outline review responsibilities, levels of approval, and timelines. Senior management and the accounting officer will conduct structured, documented reviews of the financial statements, performance reports, and compliance schedules before submission. Evidence of reviews will be retained to ensure accountability and audit trail. In addition, capacity building initiatives, including targeted training on financial reporting, performance management, and compliance, will be provided to management and relevant officials. Monthly and quarterly monitoring meetings will be held to review financial and performance information, identify risks early, and implement corrective actions. Management is confident that the implementation of these measures will strengthen internal controls, improve the quality of reporting, and ensure compliance with applicable legislation going forward. B, who are the responsible officials? And our response is that the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Mhlabane, MOC. C, what action did the accounting officer take against officials responsible for this anomaly? And our response is that the accounting officer has written an accountability letter to the CFO, and the CFO responded on the matter. We have attached Annexure 24, which is the accountability letter to the CFO, and the response. Upon careful consideration of the responses provided, The accounting officer has since issued a written warning to the CFO as part of corrective action and to ensure the matter does not recur in future. And we have attached Annexure 25, which is the copy of the warning addressed to the Chief Financial Officer. D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Response, the Internal Control and Compliance Unit is performing pre- and post-audit of bids and quotation in the department. We have attached Annexure 26 of the post-audit report. The Internal Control and Compliance Unit is monitoring the implementation of the standard procedures on accrued revenue in all the districts. The Internal Control and Compliance Unit has conducted determination tests for all the irregular expenditures discovered by AGSA. The Internal Control and Compliance Unit has requested Provincial Treasury to condone irregular expenditure, which the disciplinary processes has started. The unit is currently having shortage of staff in terms of the generic structure as proposed in the new structure, and the unit is currently having one director, one deputy director, and one assistant director. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I think this question also has been dealt with because we've been talking about the internal control challenges, and they've been trying to address those challenges. But my worry is that you will talk of a checklist, but that checklist is not there. So these are some of the things that you must know that they must be there, because we know that if you are still intending to do it, you may not do it because you have responded to Scopa. So we don't want this to be done for Scopa, but we need them to be done for the department so that they assist the department. Question 11. Okay, yeah. Honorable Majoman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majoman, the member of this committee. Question 11, material irregularities. Approval of standing time during site closure. Executive Authority, the AG, reports that a contract for construction of the new outpatient department OPD at Maputa Malachi Hospital was entered into on 1 February 2017. The scope of work includes the demolition of the old pediatric ward and laboratory, construction of a new OPD pharmacy, X-ray, health support, staff, OHS, dental, laboratory, administration, and casualty department. The project duration was for a period of 36 months, and the contract amount was 353,888,3626. The site was handed over on 13 February 2017 with a planned completion date of 19 February 2020. The project completion date was requested to be revised to 3 July 2021. The site was closed between 27 September 2021 to 28 February 2023 due to the department not honoring the payments. Major disruptions, riots, and strikes. The department approved 14,608,947 relating to extension of time numbers 5 for the period from 27 September 2021 to 28 February 2023. During this period, the contractor de-established the site and there were no activities on site. The non-compliance resulted in a likely material financial loss of 14,608,947 relating to extension of time. The department did not get value for the amount paid, and the resources of the department were not efficiently and effectively utilized as required in terms of Section 38 of 1 subsection B of the PFMA. The accounting officer was notified of the material irregularity MI on 17 March 2025 and invited to make a written submission on the action taken to address the matter. The accounting officer responded on 17 April 2025. The accounting officer developed and submitted an implementation plan on 13 May 2025 to address the recommendation in the investigation report. As of that date, the report on the implementation of the investigation was still ongoing. The AG will follow up on implementation plan of the forensic investigation, determination test conducted and corrective action during the next audit. Roman figure 2, status of previously reported material irregularities. Payment of electricity to officials who rent government properties. The department entered into lease agreement with various government employees for the provision of accommodation as per the lease agreement. The leases are liable to charges of the provision of accommodation, and as per the lease agreement, the leases are liable to change of the property, including change of electricity, although the lease agreement stated that the lease will be responsible for change of electricity. The department did not change the tenant for electricity consumption and has been paying for the tenant's electricity consumption. The non-compliance resulted in a material likely financial loss of 1,213,021 million. The accounting officer was notified of the MI on 30 August 2023 and invited to make a written submission on the action taken to address the matter. The accounting officer responded on 13 September 2023, 6 February 2024, 17 July 2024, and 8 April 2025, respectively. The investigation did not recommend consequences management to any official within the department due to the breakdown of internal control emanating in the 2014-2015 financial year. Question A reads that provide the committee with the detailed report on the progress made in addressing the two MIS. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Allow me to request the CFO to take us through the response.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. My name is Mahlasedi Mhlabane, the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress made in addressing the two MIs. Response on the approval of standing time during site closure. The department has submitted determination tests with regard to the received MI notification number 1 of 2023-24, delivered on the 17th of March 2025 in accordance with the Public Audit Act 2004, Act number 25 of 2004, PAA, and the Material Irregularity Regulations, the Regulations 2. AGSA received the departmental written submission on the 8th of September 2025 and 6 October 2025. They have considered the representations made on the submission together with supporting documents provided, and have concluded that appropriate actions have been taken to address the material irregularity. The response from the AGSA is attached as Annexure 28, MI response from AGSA on Maputa Malachi Hospital project. On the second MI, payments of electricity to officials who rent government properties, the department has submitted the determination test made with regard to the response received on MI notification number 1 of 2022-23, delivered on the 30th of August 2023, in accordance with the Public Audit Act 2004, Act number 25 of 2004, PAA, and the Material Irregularities Regulations, the Regulations. AGSA received the departmental written submission on the 8th of April 2025 and additional substantiating supporting evidence. They have since considered the representations made together with supporting documents and concluded that appropriate actions have been taken to address the material irregularity, and Annexure 29 is attached as MI response from AGSA on payment of electricity. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for the response. This question is in relation with the two MIs that were raised. But AGSA, maybe you should assist me, and I raised this issue in the morning. It's just that I was confusing the two. Which one is resolved? Is it the one for the payment of electricity or Maputamalaji?
My name is Scopa, the audit manager. So the two MIs are all resolved. So the process is that with the one on the payment of electricity, the MI was resolved during the audit process. So in the audit report, it will then indicate that the MI is resolved and we will not pursue it further. So the one on the approval of standing time on Maputamalaji, it was resolved after the issuing of the audit report. So in the next 25-26 audit report, that is where it is going to indicate that the matter is resolved. Thank you.
Okay, because I can see in your report, the first part of it is saying the MI is in progress, but when you go to the next, on the very same issue, is saying it is resolved. But you have answered my concern is clarified. So and we appreciate that cooperation and that guidance for the result of the MI, because it has far-reaching implications. So that was the last question, colleagues. Let's go back to the agenda. We had follow-up questions. We dealt with agenda item number 4 and 5, and we are on recommendations. I think you have been capturing our recommendations.
Yes.
And in particular those documents that we said you need to submit them. So we will really appreciate that you submit those documents, because this is not just the end. Remember, we still have to deal with the House resolutions, and we'll give you a date. And I don't see any submission as we agreed in the morning.
We've submitted, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already signed the letter. Okay. To yourself.
I was not briefed because you okay, no, it's fine.
Submitted around 2.
Oh. Okay, you reached the target. No, it's fine. It's fine as long as it's there. So what we'll do is that we will give you a date where we are going to deal specifically with the House resolutions, and then with other matters that we have emphasized. For example, the issue of tenants, those records. I think they will assist us and even you to move forward. But anyway, that was a successful public hearing. We believe that even where there were recommendations here and there, but the essence of where you are in terms of some of the project and some of the items and issues, we were able to hear. So without any waste of time, maybe let me go to item number 7, where we'll allow the AGSA to comment.
Good afternoon once again, members. I am Scopa, the Audit Manager at Public Works. We just want to appreciate the level of engagement and how the hearing went. And we are still making a commitment on our side to the department that we are still available in terms of engagements and assistance where required, especially to ensure that we work on the matters that were raised in this hearing together. One of the things that our strategy is that we work together, because all of us, we have a role in the accountability ecosystem. So we work together in having to then try to improve the opinions of the department. So we are still making that commitment to the Honorable MEC and the leadership that we will work together, and surely even in the 25-26 financial year, as we are going to start the audit, we should be able to find each other on matters where we were unable. So thank you, Honorable Chair, for allowing us the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. These are the 18 provincial accountant general. Let me start by greeting the Honorable MEC and the Honorable members in the House today, and colleagues and the members of AG. We appreciate the discussion that we have in the House today, and the guidance that we have received in terms of how we can improve our submission to this House going forward. And hopefully, together with the department, we understood how the committee wants us to package the files for this committee. Hopefully, in the coming hearing, it will be a better document than what we had today. Chair, I wanted to make an appeal that even if the department has submitted the issue on the House resolutions, with your permission, give us time to sit with the department to revisit those House resolutions and making sure that the means of verification that they are packaging for this House, we have also assessed it and we are comfortable before you call them to come before the House for the presentation, so that when we come here, it's not treasury against the department. So that's my submission, Chairperson. And we would make sure that we do have the bilaterals with the department as a matter of agency, and we look at the file and make sure that we give you the necessary support coming to this process. Honorable MEC, we appreciate the support that you are giving to the department in terms of dealing with the issues. I think Public Works is the only department that has really worked on the AG's SA action plans to this level, and we really commend them for the good work. And hopefully, as we go and review the Scopa one, we will be able to confirm the numbers as they stand. Chairperson, with that note, we will continue to support the department. Our main focus is that the department must not regress come the 2025-26 financial year end. And with all the issues you have raised here, I had the CFO making a commitment that we won't have repeat findings. To Honorable Smile, I hope and I'm praying that we must not have, because if we have really dealt with the root causes, there is no need to have the repeat findings. So I'm really urging them to work hard and make sure that they deal with the matters as they stand. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MEC?
No, from my side, Honorable Chair, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you and the honorable members for the constructive engagements that we had, and obviously with the advices that were put on the table, will be able to then be strengthened. So from the department point of view, I think we are very comfortable with all the recommendations that the committee through you, Chair, have made, and we are going to make sure that where we are lacking, we can then pull up our socks. But it's safe to say that we will continue to try by all means to make sure that we work towards the clean audit. And we are hopeful that it's achievable. With the work that we have already done, we'll make sure that we achieve that. But also just to acknowledge the shortfalls, especially from our side as the department, in particular administratively so, that it can be business as usual, that almost every now and then we come here and we are reprimanded because of one and the same thing. We will go back and put our house in order so that when we come back next time, we will be better than today. With those few words, Honorable Chair, allow me to thank you and the honorable members for your time and for the productive engagements that we had. Also, we continue to appreciate the support that we get from AGSA and also Treasury, which they are always they always come handy to support us as and when we go to them and request the support. So we really appreciate that support, Treasury and AG. It will make us to do better. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MEC. And indeed, we are appealing that please let's do the right thing. But we still want a formal action taken, because indeed this is serious. So you must just take action to ensure that you put systems, you put a very practical action within the admin. And if you can get administration correct, like the Attendees has indicated, that you are dealing with the findings of AG, and that is what makes us to hope that you are on the right track towards the clean audit. So, but administratively you are still lacking, and we are also appealing to your officials, colleagues. Let's do what we're supposed to do. We know that you have got a lot of work, especially now that floods have reversed what you have been doing. But when you delegate responsibility, ensure that you monitor that those who have delegated, they do the right thing. You can't just say go and do this thing and then you look aside and you expect that they will bring something that is correct. And then when you do things correct, you have that job satisfaction. You have that peace. You sleep at night and your mind is able to come up with innovative ideas. And you will be free from the medications. But if you don't do the right things, you invite all these negative things that will affect you negatively and even affect the work that you are doing or you are trying to do, even if you are willing to do it. So what I'm saying, let's work as a team and make sure that when we say we want this, let's do the quality work. Let's do the quality. That is our plea to your team, Honorable MEC. They have capacity. We see that they have intervention strategies that are working. Some of them are in the file. They are able to indicate that we've got meetings every week to deal with the findings. And that is evident because you are able to reduce from 113 to 45. We believe that, but you can do more. You can do more and you can do better. And the other issue is that your irregular expenditures will not be condoned. They will always remain on your reports as long as you don't prioritize consequence management. In your files, there is no single consequence management except the warning letter to the CFO. That is the only warning letter. And then the others is just intention. When are you going to do the actual consequence management? So if you don't do consequence management, when you would apply for condonation, they will say go back and do the right thing. So let's just do the right thing. And we are saying, yes, the files met in DISA, we will not take them. We will allow you and the research team to check and to support the department, so that when we call you on that date, I don't find any mistake, anything. Otherwise, I'll just call the police. I'll not even call the premier. I'll just call the police, and they were all arrested. We'll check on what type of a charge will call it. But we believe that as they are here, we thank you for that commitment. We thank you for honoring that request that they be here, and then our research team will be able to go through, and if they are satisfied, and even Metin Lisa from the Office of the Treasury and her team, when they are satisfied or you have made adjustment, then we'll give you a date to come and deal with the House resolution. Remember, they are very critical to even give progress of these resolutions in the legislature. And I've seen that indeed you are doing very well, because out of you are at 90-something% of the resolutions. So these other issues, they are doable, and if we are serious. At that formal report now, what have we done? We will not see these things in the next financial year. But we call for support, continuous support. We've been supporting the department's Office of the Treasury, even us, you are supporting, and we're really appreciating. AGSA, please continue to support the department, because as much as we identify these mistakes and all these things, all what you are saying is support and towards resolving all those issues. So by the end of the day, what do we want? We want one thing. We want what we want. We want the clean audit. We want service delivery. We want a clean governance. And we want to thank you, MSC, for your patience. In the morning, you were not like now. Now you was also putting your one shall finish. In the morning, I could see that you were disturbed. I could read your face, but we had to do what we did to ensure that when we give you a date, everything will be in order. The purpose was not to punish anybody. We were to do the right thing, and that was the right thing to do. So we really appreciate your patience and your team. The honorable members, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, the AGSA provincial treasury, the legislature staff, and the viewers from different platforms. We have come to the end of the public hearing for public works, roads and infrastructure. We really had a good discussion, and we believe that it will bear fruits that we intend. So thank you very much, and the meeting has come to its logical conclusion.